Ready to roll.
All right.
This is Ed Hamrick, Assistant Attorney General for the State Board of Land Commissioners. Board is back on the record. This morning, we've been in executive session to discuss attorney-client communications related to the ongoing litigation of Cagin v. State of Colorado. San Miguel County District Court case number 2021 CV 30013. All communications in executive session were attorney-client communication, and no decisions were reached in executive session. The board is now ready to proceed with its regular open agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Ed. With that, let's just start. And I need to recognize that I am virtual today. My fellow commissioners and the land board team are in Avon, Colorado, where yesterday we had just a terrific site visit of a couple of affordable housing examples, both in Summit County and in Eagle County, as we look to engage in productive conversations with the potential to do so ourselves in Eagle County. So that it was just a terrific opportunity to see the potential of that project, and it was pretty exciting from my perspective. So I just want to thank everyone who helped make that happen and put it together and shared some time with us. It was much appreciated. I'm going to move us forward. So unfortunately, I will have to drop off a little before 9:30. I won't be able to stay on with my fellow commissioners, and our vice chair, Josie Heath, will be taking over then at that point to see through the rest of the meeting. So thank you, Commissioner Heath. I really appreciate you helping me out today. But let's go ahead and get started. Let's open with public comment that is anything that is not on today's agenda. If there are folks who would like to share some perspective with the commissioners, you're welcome to do so now.
Ladies and gentlemen of the public listening along online, if you would like to use that raise hand feature on your Zoom viewer for items that are not listed on the agenda today, that's the purpose of this section. Please use that raise hand and we'll bring you to the floor so you can address the commission. Commissioner, no raised hands at this point.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. We also did not receive any public comment online, so we'll just move forward with our next item, announcements from Director Ryan.
Madam Chair, I have no announcements, and I'd also like to request a change to the agenda so that we move the permanent fund impact investing proposal up ahead of items C and D, so that you're present to hear that. So if that's okay with the board, I'd like to request that that be the next item.
Terrific. I think that'd be great. All right, with that, I think, Mary, I saw you come online. I want to open the floor to Mary Wickersham, who has been talking with the Permanent Fund Investment Board and was on the task force that we're all very familiar with, looking at strategies for the permanent fund.
Hi.
There you are. Thanks, Mary.
Well, thanks very much for having me here today. I'm really looking forward to the discussion. I have some slides to just help organize thoughts. I can share them, right?
You can, yep.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. So I'm Mary Wickersham. I have a consulting company, Social Impact Solutions. By way of background, I used to work at the State Treasurer's Office under Kerry Kennedy. And while I was there, helped create the Building Excellent Schools Today program, and served as that program's board chair for a number of years. Right now, my consulting company works at the intersection of finance and public policy. So we do innovative financing structures and work a lot in impact investing and with the impact investing community in Colorado. So Christine mentioned the working group that was created by the legislature last year. So as Christine will vouch, a very diverse group with a lot of diverse opinions, looking at strategies, as she said, around the permanent fund and to kind of magnify impact of the permanent fund in various ways. That working group did come to consensus, surprisingly, around 2 recommendations, one of which you guys have talked a lot about, around investment flexibility and removing the $21 million that goes into the School Finance Act. And it's great to see you guys are supporting that recommendation and wanting to move that forward, because that was, you know, a consensus recommendation that was endorsed by all of the working group members, including myself, and I think they're all really good ideas. But I don't know how much you've discussed the second recommendation, which was around impact investing. So basically, this recommendation had 2 parts. One, that the Permanent Fund Investment Board should be looking for opportunities around impact investing, and 2, actually that's 2, and 1, that they should create a mission statement that helps guide their efforts in that respect. This is some of the discussion that was a part of that recommendation. So the first one says, investing the fund in ways that positively impact Coloradans dramatically amplifies the benefit the trust is providing. Instead of focusing on the 4% of the fund value that might be distributed each year, focusing instead on the 96% of the fund that is invested could be a game changer for Colorado kids. And then the second one says, a mission statement for the permanent fund's investment strategy should include impact investing provisions that acknowledge the opportunity to help address major social issues impacting Colorado, while also seeking financial returns. And I want to kind of stop there and really emphasize that that part of the sentence, because what we're looking at right now, the group that I'm working with, and I'll say a little bit more about who that is it's not a sacrificing return for impact. It's impact and return simultaneously. So the treasurer and the public school fund investment board should build out an impact investment strategy in order to identify impact goals, performance goals, identify metrics to measure the impact of the fund's investment, risk management, etc. And this last piece is from the report, the staff members that wrote the report, and basically it's making the point that there are some constraints in a constitution and statute that could affect the ability to do community investing in ways that the board might want, and that those should be considered. And I'm reading between the lines, but I think this means the loss provision. And I'm going to stop here because I know you guys talk a lot about the permanent fund, but I just want to make sure that, you know, just for level setting, that everyone is kind of familiar with these various issues. Yes?
Thanks, Mary. And I think you really, this should be a conversation if at all possible. And so commissioners, if you at any point have questions, please just jump in, especially since you're little tiny people on my screen. And I think that'd be helpful for Mary too.
And so just to, you know, just to make sure everyone is at, what I mean by the loss provision is that there's a constitutional requirement that any investment losses be made up by the general fund. Then there's statutory language that defines what that means. And so I think this statement is saying that provision could be difficult to navigate around impact investing, but more on that later. So
Mary,
yeah, go ahead.
This is Bill Ryan. I think I would add to the list there beyond just the loss provision. I mean, the land board for years has wanted to see a greater diversification and a higher percentage to growth. And there have been a number of obstacles to that just with traditional investing.
Right.
And so I think all of those same obstacles apply to impact investing and perhaps have even more importance there because of some of the risk return trade-offs there. But the treasurer identified a bunch of reasons we can't have higher percentages of equities and invest in just the traditional investments. So it's beyond just a loss provision. It's the structure of those investments, the risks associated with those investments. So it's all the list we've already dealt with for impact investing.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I should note, Director Ryan, please chime in as well. Bill was on all of the working group calls, and there were many of those in a very compressed time frame. So Bill, your perspective is also welcome. Just, your deep knowledge of all of this would be helpful too.
Exactly. And I agree with you, Commissioner Ryan. And, like I said, I think the full working group endorsed both these recommendations. And I think some of the things that you're talking about are grouped into that first recommendation, which I think is all good policy. So, but I guess the point is, these are all things that we have to take into consideration when we talk. And it's a very good point when we talk about investing the permanent fund in general, but also specifically with respect to the impact investing recommendation. So, so after the working group made its recommendations, there was a group of a couple foundations that wanted to move forward the community investing recommendation. So that included the Donald K. Foundation, which was one of their staff members, Matt Samuelson, was a part of the working group. And the Donald K. Foundation has been involved in issues around the permanent fund since I worked for them very, very many years ago. And so they have a lot of background knowledge on that. And then Gary Community Ventures, which you all may know is really a leading organization with respect to impact investing. And they have a goal to have 100% of their endowment invested for impact. And they've been doing it for a while, so they really have a lot of expertise. And so the goal of this project was to create materials and analysis that would help inform the investment board when they consider the working group's recommendation on impact investing. And, as I read those quotes from the discussion in the working group before that said there should be a mission statement, there should be, policies and procedures with respect to impact investing. So this is really an attempt to put out there an example of what something like that would look like. It's not meant to say, we think you should do it exactly this way. It's more, we're here to support you. We feel like the recommendation includes these sorts of investment policies, things like XYZ, not this is what you should adopt. So I just want to be clear about that. We're not making recommendations to the investment board. We're just helping support their discussion by putting out there some ideas. So the central motivation around this project is really the idea that there's a win-win opportunity in front of the investment board around, and I just want to say this again, about amplifying impact through investments. So not just the 4% that is distributed, but all of the money that is invested, or a portion of the money that's invested, to amplify impact, but also to not sacrifice return. So, I mean, Bill, your earlier statement, it's not really a return trade-off. We don't see it that way. We really believe that both of those things can be achieved simultaneously, and that you should not sacrifice return in order for impact, but you can get impact alongside return. So here is our example mission statement. And again, this is not meant to be prescriptive, but just an example, and it's pretty straightforward. It just says the mission of the Colorado Public School Permanent Fund is to support Colorado children. Strategically invested capital can achieve both social outcomes and robust financial returns. Therefore, the fund's intergenerational mission is served by investing a portion of its corpus in a way that advances clear, meaningful, and measurable outcomes through the investment portfolio. Investment should be aligned with the fund's mission and seek to advance the benefit of Colorado school children. And I just want to emphasize what Christine said before. I really would love any comments or feedback or discussion as we go. Don't save anything. If you have anything to add, please jump in. So we started this project by talking to over a dozen individuals and organizations in Colorado that are involved in community investment. And that ranged from, foundations that do impact investing, bank president, housing, finance, CDFI, and kind of everywhere in between. And here are some of the principles that we developed through those conversations. So the first two are obvious, right? So these are the two things that normally are considered in investment policy, the return and risk. So it's a balance between risk and return. What we're suggesting is that there is a three-dimensional analysis. Yes, return and risk, but also impact as a part of that analysis. We also think additionality, or again, I want to say these are principles that came out of those conversations. So what we heard from the experts is that additionality is important when considering impact investing. It shouldn't be just you are investing in things that have market value and have other investors, but rather that you're making a difference with your investment and it's really catalytic. And leverage. You should use these investments to leverage other private investments in the areas where you're investing. So if you're investing in, for example, teacher housing, you should use strategic investments to leverage state money, federal money, other private investments, so that you are really magnifying the impact that much more. There should be mission alignment. Obviously, the mission of the fund is to benefit Colorado school kids. So the investment should be aligned with that mission, but also considering intersectionality, understanding that there are a lot of factors that go into successful education for Colorado kids, including housing, including healthcare, including safe communities, transportation, things like that. Opportunities for scale are important because it would be a mistake to invest a lot of staff time or consultant time and in one-off deals that are small, because it's not an efficient way to do investing. And that this is a kind of standard Colorado consideration. Make sure that you're looking at geographic equity so that rural communities are benefited as well as Front Range community. And there should be full transparency. So the fund already does a great job of publishing quarterly reports about the investment returns, the investment portfolio, et cetera. So those same sorts of transparency pieces should also cover the impact investment portfolio. So again, this is just a sample, but we looked at, okay, I looked at, probably a couple dozen impact investing policies from different organizations across the country. And this is kind of what some of these example slides are meant to reflect. So looking at a slow ramp up, right? So it needs to be incremental. You have to develop the expertise. That expertise doesn't really exist right now. We think that it would be a really great idea for the permanent fund to hire a consultant, not me, God no, but somebody who is really expert in actually sourcing and managing impact investment portfolio to help provide that expertise. And then it's a slow ramp up. So as Bill already referenced, the permanent fund has an allocation target for all of the pieces right now. So there's an equity target, there's a fixed income target, there's a high yield debt target. So we're talking about a new target around impact investing. So it should ramp up slowly. What we're putting out there is maybe take 2 years to get up to 5% and then kind of ramp up from there, understanding that you can stop at any time. This is board policy, so it can be revised depending on the success of the early efforts. Here's kind of some of the issues associated with what I just suggested. the permanent fund received $90 million of income from the land board. I say last year, but I think you guys, I think it's actually 2 years ago, because I think you guys just finalized the numbers from last year. So I think it was higher last year, but all by way of saying 5% of the fund is $65 million. And so you could do investments into this portion of the portfolio without taking from the equity portfolio or the fixed income portfolio. You're just investing with new revenues. Also, I should say, with respect to the title of this, we call this the Colorado Children's Portfolio, this portion of the permanent fund portfolio, just as a name that we could refer to. And we also think it's really important, like we said, not to sacrifice return for impact, and to make sure that the target return rate is equal to that 5-year average, equal to or surpassing the 5-year average of the rest of the pieces of the portfolio. Oh, so within the Colorado Children's Portfolio, and again, this is just for discussion, we're thinking half of it would be in a market rate bucket. So these are investments that will achieve returns in the neighborhood of 10 to 15%. So it's market rate return, market rate risk adjusted return, I should say. A third, the next biggest piece, a third of it should be in mission-driven investments that are safe and secure, but lower yield. So things like school district bonds, things like that have a lot of security, but not as much return. And finally, the third bucket is the smallest piece. It's only 16% of the impact investing portfolio, so very small percentage of the overall portfolio that would be more concessionary, but higher in catalytic impact. When you blend these three buckets together, since the market rate is higher than the equities portion of the current permanent fund portfolio, understanding you all want that to change, you come up with a return that's actually higher than the return the fund is already getting. Making assumptions about what the equity portfolio, the current equity portfolio should be doing, what the current fixed income portion should be doing, and what these pieces should be doing. So making a lot of assumptions, but it's designed so that this mix still produces a return that is higher than the return the fund is currently getting.
Mary, this is Greg Ogish, I'm the assistant director, and that last slide confuses me. It seems contrary to what you said at the beginning. If the market rate is realistically 10 to 15%, then isn't that what the entire portfolio is being measured against? I mean, does that make sense? So this really is saying you would accept lower returns in this part of the portfolio.
No, well, so let's see. The assumption I made was that the market rate would get 12%, and that the current equities portfolio would get 12%. The current fixed income portfolio would get 4%. The impact first section would get 3%, and the mission driven would get 5%. And when I combined, so it's right now it's 60% fixed income at, what did I say, 4%, and 40% equities at 12%. The blended rate there is about 7%. And then when I blended these rates together, I come up with over 8%. So the reason for that, and again, this is just suggestion. You could leave out any portion, you could increase the market rate portion, but this is the reason for that is primarily because this is showing 50% market rate where the current portfolio is showing 40%. So that allows lower returns in the other, the mission driven section is basically like fixed income. It's, basically the same returns as the current fixed income portfolio. And then the bottom is lower return, but because the market rate is overrepresented compared to the current portfolio, it blends into a rate that's higher. Again, given my assumptions. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure, but yeah, that's okay, you don't, it answers my question, thank you.
Okay. I mean, there's certainly, again, this is just for discussion. There's, room, the investment board makes their own policy and they may think we're only just going to do the market rate bucket. What we're suggesting is that there are other areas of impact that deliver like the same reason that you have fixed income as a part of the portfolio, because it's very safe and earns consistent returns. For that same reason, you might want this mission-driven piece that has invest in the same sorts of securities that you see in the regular fixed income portfolio, only school-related and Colorado-related. And then the lower piece is this piece that really gets to that catalytic difference-making portion of it. And, I'm going to concede this is the piece that I think is giving heartburn to some people. And, they may not want to do it, and that's fine. This is just showing the kind of range of the types of investments you might be looking at. So in that first bucket, the market rate bucket, these are just some examples of things that could be invested in. So Gary Community Ventures just launched a new fund called the Mission Colorado Fund 1, which is a impact investing fund that is separately professionally managed for returns in the low to mid teens. It's made for organizations and foundations that want to do impact investing but don't have the expertise to do it independently. So that could be a really great kind of first foray into impact investing for the permanent fund. The state has a venture capital authority. I don't know how much you all know about it. It does really great work. It's got a venture fund focused in rural Colorado. It's got a BIPOC founders fund. It does really great things. There are investment opportunities alongside the venture capital authority's investments. Ed tech is a big impact investing opportunity. There are professional funds across the country that do ed tech investment, and that could be an opportunity as well. The Middle Income Housing Authority, which was recently created, is looking at doing housing developments for workforce, and they would be able to, I spoke with them, do specific teacher housing. They issue bonds. The fund could buy the bonds. They're high yield bonds, so they're pretty. They definitely belong in this bucket. The challenge with market rate investing is you really have to work to make sure you've got a Colorado presence. So if you do like a national ed tech firm or fund, you want to make sure you've got a side agreement that a certain percentage of the investments with this money would be in Colorado. That's something that's already taken care of with the Mission Colorado Fund, but in general, to have some policies associated with what percentage of the investments must have Colorado impact. And these are all fund level investments. And so you don't, so it's not kind of single sourcing deals, which can be very time consuming in impact investing and really drags the impact investing work in Colorado. It gets you to scale and there are low transaction costs. And again, this could be, depending on how the investment board sees it, a really good kind of first toe in the water for impact investing with the fund. So in the second bucket, like I said, these are very safe standard securities that have good secondary markets. Things like that you could buy the best COPs, kind of closing the loop on the connection you all have with the best program. You could buy district and charter school COPs. You could buy charter school bonds issued by SECFA. You could purchase CHFA mortgages, and they could bundle mortgages, specifically teacher mortgages, for you into a mortgage security. Fund already owns a lot of mortgage-backed securities. And you can invest in local CDFIs. So these are financial institutions, nonprofit financial institutions whose mission is to serve low and moderate income areas of the state. Investing in CDFIs is very safe and secure. So these are all really kind of safety oriented strategies that, because they are safe, are lower yield. And again, this is like the reason why you put money in this bucket is the same reason why you have money in the fixed income. And I should say the Chaffin mortgages are all Freddie and Fannie's insured, so they're very safe investments. So the last bucket. The last bucket is that impact first bucket. So it's really looking for those opportunities to invest catalytically. And one of the things that we heard from a lot of the organizations we spoke with and a lot of the other stakeholder conversations that we've been having is really a need for housing, as you all know, because that's something you're looking at as well. It is the conversation in Colorado right now. There's such a need for it. And so this bucket could be really tightly focused on housing as it relates to teachers and homeless students in Colorado. And there are lots of strategies that could go along with trying to amplify that area. Again, total, completely concede, this is the lowest return, highest risk portion of what we're suggesting. I have some ideas around risk mitigation for this bucket. But you know, we're just putting it out there for discussion, not saying that this has to be, and this could be like maybe the last thing that people want to look at after they've established experience in some of the other areas. But just wanting to suggest that this could be a really catalytic function. So that's all. Happy to I'm going to talk about next steps, but want to hear your feedback and thoughts and answer any questions.
This is Commissioner Chavez, Mr. Wickersham. You mentioned or said the expertise does not exist today. Is that in the investing side, or that would really bother me a little bit?
No. It absolutely does exist. As you all are, I think, are aware, the Permanent Fund Investment Board works through portfolio managers. So they have a portfolio manager for the fixed income portion. They have a portfolio manager for the equity portion, a portfolio manager for the high yield portion. So they don't have, none of those portfolio managers are expert in this particular area. So what we think is for this portion of the portfolio, you would have to hire a portfolio manager that would do this for you. And so all I'm saying is that it doesn't exist with the investment board now, but there is absolutely that expertise here in Colorado that could take that on.
Thank you.
Well, and I'll just chime in. I appreciate, Mary, you walking us through this. And it certainly is a topic of discussion now with the board, the investment board, and at the treasurer's urging. I think there's three things that we're going to have to wrestle with. One, the money has to work. The financials have to work. And we have to model that in a way that I've shared with Mary. I'm the least financial savvy of anyone on the board. I think I'm the only one from the nonprofit sector as well who kind of bridges both these worlds a little bit. So just knowing my fellow board members, I think the money's going to need to work. I think we're going to have to look at the intergenerational kind of mandate that we have, from the bigger picture lens, and that I think we'll have to be wary of creating more state bureaucracy or the perception of that in some way. Just from a public's view that, another big state program to do this, that, and the other thing, and why the money's not being used efficiently. So, those are just initial reactions. The task force certainly was endorsing, or the working group of this larger concept. It's, Mary, you're trying to get after the real deal and the nitty gritty of what this could look like. And I appreciate your efforts and Gary's efforts in particular with this, but you've started the conversation. So I just want to assure everyone, it's an ongoing conversation. There's not all these answers on the table yet to even wrestle with, or ideas. It's just a
Agreed.
concept that we're kind of looking at together.
Totally agree, and thank you for saying that. The reason why we put together this kind of example of what an investment policy might look like in this is because it's kind of amorphous when you think, oh, impact investing, what does that mean? We're going to do environmental like screens or something like that. And we just put together this to demonstrate that this is one, not sacrificing return. So I totally agree with you, Christine, like the numbers have to work. And two, that we're talking about actual impact in Colorado communities and not just kind of ESG screens or things that are not related to kids and education.
Mary, this
Well-
is a commissioner. Oh, go ahead, Christine.
No.
Please.
No, I was just gonna come off mute and just open it up for dialogue. It might be helpful to have the big screen going, Mary,
Oh,
so you can
yeah,
see people
sure,
a little
sure,
bit
yeah.
better.
Of course.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Heath.
Oh, it's Pro.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Frobe.
Mary, thank you for this very comprehensive and thoughtful presentation. When I hear the term impact investing, as you suggest, it's a very wide open, nascent, emerging, hard to pin down sort of a space. So I appreciate how you and your group have put together kind of the breakdown of all of that. I guess at a high level, so that was thoughtful. I have a couple specific questions which we may or may not need to address today. My overall thought, sort of having been part of these conversations about the working group and the recommendations, is that, and again, maybe I'm a business person by background, but in the conservation, finance, and impact investment space. And it occurs to me that this needs to be thought out as you have, and recommendations and wrestled with, but in a way it follows the recommendation one, because it's hard for me to imagine how anybody would be able to move this forward if the doors have not been opened pursuant to that recommendation number one. I mean, if the treasurer can't get the portfolio over 40% of equities right now, it's hard for me to envision how this has a place. So my brain goes to the recommendation one, and then this as being the example, one of the many examples of why the 96% benefits and expands by thoughtful investments that have not been included for the various reasons that were identified in recommendation one. So I'm curious your response in terms of a staging and an approach to, as a coalition, making changes at the recommendation level one as well.
Well, you've just gone to what I was going to say with respect to next steps, because I think you're exactly right. I think there are certain investments that can be done without some statutory changes, but you're right that there are limitations, the same limitations that are facing the other parts of the permanent fund portfolio. So, you know, what I had suggested by email to Commissioner Ryan was there could be some great common ground here to come together as a coalition to move both recommendations from the working group. And I think that I know from my group that I'm working with, they are definitely supportive, 100% supportive of the recommendation one. And we're currently engaged in a wide stakeholder meetings. So we're talking to all of the ed groups and all of the other kind of permanent fund stakeholder groups about the impact investing recommendation. We're just at the very beginning of this and really wanted to talk to you guys about, can we kind of come together and have that be a kind of consolidated effort? We're still trying to figure out legislation that may or may not be necessary, and kind of working with the various groups on that. Kind of related to an earlier conversation I had with Christine, we want to make sure that anything around impact investing is not prescriptive, right? It doesn't like constrain at all what the investment board is able to do. So anything around impact investing would be permissive, we think. But whatever else you guys have, the working group recommendation 1 could, like, that could all be rolled into moving the working group recommendations. And specifically, 100% agree with investment flexibility and happy to help in whatever way we can on those fronts. And you're right, it does impact the impact investing recommendation as well. Also, really wanting to get the $21 million distribution into the School Finance Act out of there, because it's $21 million in an $8 billion bucket. It's not a meaningful contribution to school finance, and yet it constrains the fund investment because the income requirement is there every year. So that seems like a stupid thing. And I think
I would have used those words, but you did. So, well, really, we can't do anything candidly unless we first deal with that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, this could be a great lever for that, because we say, okay, well, this $21 million in school, we're going to trade this $21 million in the School Finance Act. It's like 0.03% for this impact investing. So we're gonna still have, we're gonna have greater impact than the $21 million, but we need to get rid of the $21 million.
Mary, to try and put a finer point on what Commissioner Frobe was saying, I don't think we can do any of the impact investing stuff until we implement recommendation number 1. And so I guess my question is, how do we align with you to do that? I am also out talking to the same education groups saying, hey, there's this report out there, and the people I'm talking to are all people who served on the committee. How to get your organization to endorse the implementation of these recommendations? Because the fact of the matter is, as a result of these constraints, the permanent fund's 10-year return was 2.3%.
Right.
It's abysmal. All our fellow landlords were above 7. Every endowment, I mean, it was an incredible run for the stock market, and we missed it. And we've left $600 million on the table because of the problems identified in this working group report. And so I want to see the coalition of education groups come together and push for legislation to implement this. And I'd like to be working with you and Kathy on that, Mary. I think Kathy Gephardt, for those who don't know, is also a really powerful, thoughtful voice on education and education finance. And I want to see us align our efforts here, Mary, with all of those education organizations that you're speaking with to get and recommendation number 1 implemented, because we can't do 2 until 1 is done.
Well, I want to be, I want to be aligned. I am aligned for sure. As I said, I supported those recommendations in the working group, and I think they're a good policy. We also feel this recommendation is really important and not, we think it's independently important. So I think alignment and working together means pushing both and not pushing one, and then we'll talk about 2 later. I'm just speaking for the group that I'm working with. And I think that, well, first, I don't know, Commissioner Ryan, if you have, we had some detailed discussion about recommendation 1 as a part of the working group discussions, but I'd really like to, I don't know if you have it, but to see some idea of the specific statutory changes that would help implement those recommendations, because I would happily have that as a part of the conversations that we're having with the governor's office, with the stakeholder groups. So 100%, I mean, like I said to you in email, I feel like there is a great opportunity to join forces and push the work that the working group did.
I have one more question, and then I'll pass it over to my fellow commissioners. Thinking about this and looking at at your breakdown, you know, I'm just curious how you all have thought about this, and there's a parallel kind of in the sustainability world where everyone's set up, you know, like corporations, for example, set up sustainability departments. And really the big win is when every line manager has sustainability as part of his or her bonus package, right? That integrates.
Yeah.
So I find myself, when I think about impact investing and having ridden this train over the last 10 years, that many of your suggestions are really adding a further dimension on the fixed income portfolio and on the equity portfolio. That, and this is my question to you, that possibly can be incorporated with existing portfolio managers with a little more express. A certain percent, I wouldn't advocate all, you know, has to reflect an education mission orientation, for example. And then clearly the concessionary is the right term, or blended return investments of whatever percentage seems appropriate are, you know, those more bespoke, catalytic, hugely intensive to source and structure kinds of things. And so I'm curious what you think about how you guys have looked at that kind of approach.
Well, I really feel like you get me, so that's great. You're exactly right. So it's, you know, we've kind of gone back and forth that like the principle should be pervasive across the entire portfolio. Oh no, that's too much. Let's just bite off a little piece. And yes, you know, again, I just want to say again, these aren't recommendations. This is just kind of, it could look something like this. But I think you're right. You could absolutely do it like you are suggesting, instead of breaking it out into its own subset. You could infuse it into the other pieces. It's just that I think the equities portfolio managers are not necessarily looking at Colorado specific. I just don't know where that, and I could be totally wrong, but I'm not sure that specific lens is something that they are used to dealing with. And I can tell you from working in Treasury that their fixed income management is amazing, and they've never lost a penny, and they are super reliable. But these sorts of fixed income, well, that's not entirely true, because they used to invest in Chaffa housing bonds. But in general, these types of fixed income investments are not the types they're used to looking at, which is, I'm totally open to that. Either one of those portfolio managers could figure it out, because I think that's probably true. And I think you're right that you characterize it exactly right, that the concessionary and catalytic and their bespoke projects for sure. And that is more time intensive and really requires somebody on the ground in Colorado to source those deals. But totally open to other ways of approaching this. I would love to see something, like you said, where like Colorado education impact is a principle that goes across all of the investment strategies. That would be amazing. Think about what could be accomplished in that scenario. That would really be great.
One reason I brought it up was just thinking again about the strategic approach of recommendation 1 and recommendation 2 and trying to get these implemented. And I'm guessing to many people, having the separate bucket of impact investing makes people nervous, right? So I'm just thinking about how do you blend all this to get the legislative changes that we need. So I'll stop there. I've already taken too much oxygen.
No, and I just have to interject. Sadly, I have to leave and I'm going to hop off, but Commissioner Heath, we are in your capable hands. And Mary, I really, really appreciate you kind of spending this time with us. I know there's a lot more conversation and dialogue to be had, and now we've recruited Commissioner Frobe onto the committee. So really wonderful to hear from you this morning. So I'm sorry again, all that I can't be with you, but I appreciate being able to spend at least this part of the morning together. Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, I agree that I do think the two recommendations go hand in hand for sure. And I think that it would be great to, you know, for everybody, all of the organizations on the working group there's no reason why everyone shouldn't support both recommendations because they all agreed to them during the process. So, and I know there are some efforts legislatively to do impact investing with other areas of state money. This is not general fund, but specific buckets of money. And there's just an opportunity with this specific fund because it's so mission related, right? It's not like para. It's not making money for people's retirement income. It's the entire purpose is to benefit education in Colorado. So there's nothing to say that we can't do that in many ways, distributions, but also investments. So there's not really another example of a segregated fund like that in the state. It's actually kind of in many ways more akin to a philanthropic fund than it is, general state funds.
Commissioner Heath, and I'm taking the opportunity to chair in Commissioner Scanlon's absence. First of all, I want to just note for the record that Mary and Director Ryan and Kathy Gebhardt and I met to just begin the conversation about how we might work cooperatively to accomplish greater financial assets for children in Colorado. So I just want to note that. And I also want to say that I think impact investing is an exciting idea. I am familiar with it, and I have been involved with organizations that have done it. And my own experience with a foundation is that it's often happened more through donor advised funds where the donor, him or herself, is willing to take greater risk. And so I want to kind of pivot back to the beginning, Mary, where you talked about the potential mission statement of your group, which would be that the fund would still earn returns comparable to current investments. And I think therein lies the biggest challenge, in that we're not looking for returns comparable to current investments. We believe that unless number one is implemented and the returns are greater, even comparable to what our colleagues in the land world have made earlier, that we couldn't possibly think about number two. So in this idea, you have to creep before you crawl. I guess we would like to cooperate with you, but as sort of short-term and mid-term or long-term thoughts, we probably should talk about a strategy of how what you want to do could happen if what we want to do could happen first. So I just want to put that out.
Just a tiny clarification. The idea is not that the impact investments would earn returns comparable to existing returns. It's that they would earn returns comparable to the returns earned in the fund at the time. So if these changes are implemented and there's more equities and there's more, wider range of investments and the fund is making more money, then the impact investing portfolio should also make that same amount of money.
So perhaps even suggesting that in your materials would be helpful, so that legislators for whom this is a whole new concept could see that there are incremental steps in how we increase funding for the children of Colorado in terms of education.
I 100% agree with you, Commissioner Heath. And as I said, I'm happy to follow up with Director Ryan, sorry.
You keep demoting him.
And figure out kind of concrete next steps, and also happy to talk about this here. We do believe that there are opportunities that don't require legislative change, like all of the fixed income stuff that I mentioned, like the the various market rate funds that are available. So I 100% am on the same page that overall we need to make these changes so that we're not kind of picking and choosing tiny little opportunities, that we have the full range of options. I 100% agree. I just want to make sure that this, you know, powerful coalition that we could have is working on both fronts and not subordinating one to the other. That's all. And I'm just like, go ahead.
Or if I could throw out a suggestion, it seems to me that a simple way to do that is the recommendations in number one say, remove the 21 million. So we ask legislation that strikes the 21 million to school finance. And another part of this is to broaden the allowable investments. And so we need to do things like say, this fund can invest in partnerships, and it can do impact investing, and it can do things that have structures other than the mutual funds and index funds that we're limited to today. And so I think by broadening allowable investments, we could include the phrase, you know, impact investing in that phrase. You know, along with some definitions that they achieve a market return, and they, you know, all of the things that you have said would be critical to this. We can include that when we try and run a bill that broadens the allowable investments. And I really don't think this is that hard.
I 100% agree. I'm totally on board with that. I just have, well, we can talk about this later, but this is where I kind of run aground, is what can be done statutorily on like the equities investment side with the constitutional constraint. Although I have some ideas on that front, so.
Well, you know, again, I don't want to get into the weeds here in this. You and I can discuss it later, but today we're limited to buying index funds and mutual funds because you can't own individual stocks and you can't own partnerships. And so we need to fix those prescriptions. It helps us, it helps you. And I think that's step one.
But that is a constitutional prescription, right, Bill? So that's not, so I think there is, I 100% believe we can thread this needle, because I know smart attorneys who used to tell me this when I was in Treasury. Oh yeah, that doesn't matter because we have this exception and we can do it here, we can do it there. And so I do think there's, and I'm 100% with on board with trying to get those things changed. I just want to hear more about what the, you know, what the specific theory is. So.
Well, let me suggest this. Well, I'm not known as a flaming conservative. I would say financially, I am, and I want to make sure that the language we use does not seem so broad that we keep those in the legislature from even considering what I think is the first step. So I want to suggest that perhaps this could now best be taken with a group who could work together, acknowledging that the land board is interested in pursuing these two ideas if number one is considered first. I guess that's, you know, a bit redundant that one is first, but I think absent that would be hard to put my support towards number two. So if there might be an extension of the working group, and if there is someone, one of the commissioners who would be interested in working on this, I think it could best be kind of put to a group that could offline bring us some further thoughts and then come back. And I know we're interested in endorsements for those two recommendations that came out of the working group. And Mary, I think we would love to have those endorsements. And at the same time, you would like an endorsement from us. So maybe there's a way that we could have a group work offline and come back. Would that be acceptable?
Please.
I think so. And is it fair to say, are we also hearing like for requests for some specific language or for
Well,
what are the proposals for the statute?
I want to be real clear, and I want to make sure Tim's hearing this while I sit here. we are not going to run legislation. I don't have any authorization to do that. But I do think that the legislation that got run last year produced a report, and I would hate to see that report just sit there. And so what I want the education community to do, because they are who benefit, the landlord doesn't benefit from this. We don't, with the beneficiaries benefit. I want them to take the report and move for its implementation. And again, I agree with you, Commissioner Heath, that I don't think we can necessarily do impact investing without doing some of the things that we talked about in number one, in terms of broadening investment authority, removing restrictions, those sorts of things. And so I think there is a natural coalition here. And it sounds like Mary and I are talking to the same groups of people. So I would love to unify our efforts in some way and get this to be led by the education community. I can't lead it. They need to do it theirs.
So Mary, do you want to respond to that?
Sure. I mean, I would be interested in legislation that simultaneously addresses both issues. My group is not going to be the main driver behind legislation that doesn't include impact investing. So if we could think of it not as sequenced 1 and then 2, but 1 and 2 together, I appreciate the position that Director Ryan is in with respect to legislation, but my partners don't operate under the same constraints. And so we are able to get a bill sponsor and get a bill draft going. But again, we endorse the recommendation 1, but in specific, we're really pushing, like we're 2 parts of the same whole, right? You guys are primarily interested in recommendation 1. We are endorsing recommendation 1, but primarily interested in recommendation 2. So if we could come together in support of both of those recommendations, I think there is a great opportunity.
Good. Well, let me suggest that we see if there's a way that Director Ryan, you could be involved with this group. And is there anyone of the commissioners who might be interested in working on this as well?
Christine's not here. Don't you usually volunteer the person?
Well, happy to help if Christine does wonderful. Commissioner Crowe, who indeed has expertise in this area, would be a wonderful asset. So let me suggest that we're interested and we'd like groups offline to see, Mary, how we might work together and then come back to us as with an update on that. Okay. All right, Mary, do you have anything else you'd like to say before we close this portion of the agenda?
No, just thank you for having me and thanks for the great discussion. I really appreciate all the work you guys do and I look forward to potentially working together on this.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Mary.
Good. All right, let me suggest that we take a break and I want to say
come on up.
Next slide.
All right.
This is a continuation of the morning session of the Board of Land Commissioner. And we are located in Avon, Colorado, and we're about to hear the Department of Natural Resources Executive Director's report. And welcome to.
Thank you. I would like to start by thanking Director Ryan for taking the time to get me up to speed on some of the State Land Board's priorities over the past month. I've been impressed with the thought and the effort that has gone into the State Land Board's business plan, the strategic priorities, and I'm really looking forward to working with all of you to help achieve those goals in this new role. As a father, a hunter, an angler, and a conservationist, a spouse of a public land educator or a public school educator, I have a great deal of interest in helping further the stewardship of Colorado's state trust lands. To this end, I look forward to working with each of you to help ensure that together we can maximize the social, environmental, and economic values that our state trust lands provide to Coloradans of all backgrounds and walks of life. I want to thank the State Land Board staff who have helped pull together the great field trip, highlighting innovative, affordable housing projects throughout the area. These housing projects are a real need here in Summit County and throughout many parts of the state. It was great to see how these innovative private-public partnerships can help ensure that every Coloradan has an affordable place to call home. A few DNR updates. First, I wanted to let folks know that DNR recently created a new tribal liaison position, which is aimed at helping build coordination and partnership with tribes throughout the state. Stacy Coleman was hired in this role back in June, and she's been hitting the ground running, leading important outreach efforts to the tribes and tribal members. Stacy comes to DNR from the federal government, where she was involved in environmental justice work. And DNR will also be soon hiring a new policy analyst who will be responsible for managing the department's responses to federal planning projects. If you know of anybody who would be interested, please do let me know. Speaking of which, the department is currently working through a considerable number of federal planning projects, including the GMUG Forest Plan revision, the Greater Sagegrass Plan, the Mad Rabbit Trails Project, Wolf Creek Reservoir, BLM's Eastern Colorado RMP, BLM's Solar PEIS, the BLM Oil and Gas Rule, just to name a few. These responses to federal projects require an exceptional amount of time to review, collaborate with other DNR and state agencies, gather input from stakeholders, and formulate DNR's final response. We're greatly appreciative of the staff at the State Land Board who continue to contribute to these efforts. A few budget related and legislative updates. In August, DNR met with the Governor's Office of State Planning and Budgeting to discuss our budget and legislative proposals. To follow up on this, the State Land Board staff recently hosted a meeting with the Governor's Office of State Planning and Budgeting to speak in more depth about the State Land Board's specific budget priorities within this. Once those priorities are approved later this fall, we'll be able to report back on our focus areas during the upcoming legislative session. Outside of the DNR priority bills, if you all are aware of legislative efforts that relate to the State Land Board or the management of our natural resources that you think we should have on our radar, please don't hesitate to reach out to myself or our legislative director, Daphne. We look forward to ongoing coordination and dialogue on legislation of interest to the State Land Board this legislative session. Both DNR and the State Land Board will have a seat on the new Wild Horse Working Group, which was formed as a product of Senate Bill 275, which passed this last year. This working group will be facilitated by the Department of Agriculture, and the first meeting is scheduled October 19th and 20th. I also wanted to bring attention to two new executive orders that were signed by Governor Polis in recent weeks. EO 14 was signed in August, and it directs the state agencies to identify policies, grant programs, and other internal resources aimed at solving the affordable housing crisis in Colorado. DNR will also be represented on the working group as part of this EO. And the final report from that EO is expected December 15th. Just yesterday, an additional EO was signed, which directs the state agencies to phase out gas-powered lawn and garden equipment at state facilities that are located in the ozone non-attainment area. And it also requires that state agencies use WaterWise landscaping on all new or renovated state facilities. Those are the big legislative and budget items I wanted to cover. Moving on to the Colorado Water Conservation Board. The Water Congress conference was recently held in Steamboat this past August, at which Lauren Riss was appointed as the new executive director of CWCB. She'll be replacing Becky Mitchell, who now serves as the full-time coordinator for the Colorado River Commissioner. We're looking forward to working with Lauren in this new position. And before accepting this role, she was serving as the deputy director for CWCB since 2017. On August 15th, the state of Colorado provided official comments to the Department of Interior regarding the future Lake Powell and Lake Mead operating guidelines. This is part of the process to develop post-2026 guidelines for the operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Moving on to forest updates. The Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program just announced its latest round of workforce development grants and applications, which are now due at the end of September for Youth Corps crews. And then applications will be due mid-October for Department of Corrections SWIFT crews. The Colorado State Forest Service is leading a collaborative response to insect outbreaks on Poncha Pass in Saguache and Chaffee counties. Alongside local entities and partners, the Colorado State Forest Service staff have developed a management plan to address forests on the pass based on land ownership type. This work was made possible with funding from NIFWIF, Restore Grants, Great Outdoors Colorado, Chaffee Common Ground, the U.S. Forest Service Western Bark Beetle funds, and congressionally delegated matching funds that were secured by Senator Bennett. With this funding, the Colorado State Forest Service staff were able to discuss forest health issues with Poncha Pass landowners and offer treatments to reduce their wildfire risk at no cost to them. The Colorado State Forest Service released its updated Colorado Wildfire Risk Assessment this summer, and we'd encourage folks to check out the Colorado Forest Atlas for the latest statewide maps of wildfire risk, vegetation types, and other information. Finally, the Colorado State Forest Service announced the latest round of forest restoration and wildfire risk mitigation grants with $7.2 million in funds available to reduce wildfire risk. Applications for that are due October 18th. Moving on to energy updates. The first meeting of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium is scheduled for September 15th. The focus of this meeting is to orient members of the consortium of the requirements of House Bill 1242, which passed this past year. The consortium will meet monthly over the next year and quarterly in subsequent years. Additionally, ECMC is developing the state's application for a federal Department of Energy and EPA methane emissions reduction program grant. The funding provided through the Inflation Reduction Act will help oil and gas well owners voluntarily and permanently reduce methane emissions from leaks and daily operations of low-producing conventional wells. The state's eligible to receive $9.5 million for this work. DNR is reviewing the BLM's onshore fluid minerals leasing rule, and state land board staff, as well as staff from a number of other state agencies, are currently reviewing that rule. Comments are due for that on September 22nd. Lastly, a few updates from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. CPW, GOCO, and the governor's office have convened a visionary group of leaders to help develop Colorado's outdoor strategy plan. Combined with the growing coverage of the regional partnership initiatives, this plan is intended to help the state balance the growing need to proactively plan for conservation and recreation in the state. Sales of the Keep Colorado Wild Pass recently surpassed 1 million, with a projected revenue of more than $40 million by the end of this year. This much needed increased funding will help CPW better manage our state parks, while also delivering improved outdoor recreational opportunities throughout the state. CPW has been working hard to also meet the voter mandate to put wolves on the ground by the end of the year. CPW staff have been working hard to identify potential sources to facilitate the wolf reintroduction, with a couple of states identified. CPW, DNR, and CDOT will be hosting the 2023 Wildlife and Transportation Alliance Summit on October 16th through and 17th in Castle Rock. This event is designed to build broad and ongoing support for the funding and collaborative solutions that are needed to advance wildlife crossing structures throughout the state. That pretty much wraps up the updates I had. And yeah, happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Questions for Jim? Jim, you said you have sold 1 million of those passes. What had it been prior to this opportunity with partnership?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd have to look back on that, but the Keep Colorado Wild Pass is a more affordable option than what was available previously. Previously, it was just the annual state parks pass, and this new reduced fee I think has led to an increase. I'm not sure on the exact numbers, but I could get back to you on that.
Interested to see how that's working. Such a great concept.
Yeah, I think we've been seeing around a 30% opt-in rate, and
30%.
Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
On to the DNR policy handbook for boards and commissions.
Welcome. Good morning, Wendy.
Good morning. Board members, Director Ryan, and my esteemed colleagues, Nick and Greg too. Hi. It's really good to see everybody. And my name is Wendy Padilla. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Department of Natural Resources, and have been with the department about 21 years, most of that with Parks and Wildlife, the last 4 years with the Executive Director's Office. And my role includes managing our HR functions, accounting, procurement, technology, and fleet functions. And so in 2023, we put together a policy handbook for all of our boards, commissions, committees, advisory groups. And I have had the real pleasure of traveling around to all of our boards and commissions and meeting all of you and really seeing all the amazing people who we have on our boards and commissions who help DNR do its work every day. And so I feel like some of you know too much about my movie preferences from last night's dinner, but that's okay. Just forget what you heard there. And so we'll go ahead and get started, and then interrupt me at any time.
Turn that mouse on, it's underneath.
And then click. Nice, okay. So we'll just talk today about a little bit about the department, our budget process, our DNR Public Service Code of Ethics, accessibility for meetings, media contacts, and then legislative procedures. Your attorney Ed during your annual training covers a lot of other topics that I really won't touch on that are in the handbook as well, that I'm not really qualified to advise you on. So about the Department of Natural Resources, just in general, our mission is to preserve Colorado's resources for the benefit of people today and tomorrow. We have 6 divisions, and you all know this pretty well. We have an annual budget of about $494 million and approximately 1,670 FTE, about 6,000 volunteers, and about 1,100 temporary employees. And those temps and volunteers are mostly with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. These are the divisions within the department. You can see the budget, and then in the green, and then the FTE in the blue. And you'll see that Colorado Parks and Wildlife is our biggest division with 950 employees. The State Land Board is my favorite division. I'll just say that right now. Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah. But it just kind of gives you a picture of all of our divisions. And I'm just still getting used to it. The Oil and Gas Conservation Commission changed its name to Energy and Carbon Management Commission. So some people are calling it ECMEC right now, I think, or ECMC. So we'll see where that goes. Budget process. So we began our budget process about 16 to 18 months in advance, when in advance of the funding being available in the fiscal year. We identify and work with division staff to identify budget needs, and then those remain confidential until November 1st, when they become public and are delivered to the legislature for consideration. It's a really interesting time because in last fiscal year, so as of July 1st, fiscal year 23, through legislation and through our decision items, DNR added 120 FTE to its workforce, a lot within ECMC, but then also throughout Colorado River matters, that type of thing. And so it's an interesting time, and we have a lot of support for what DNR does, and a lot of deliverables to the legislature with all of that legislation. And then I'm sure you all know this, but between November and January, the Joint Budget Committee meets, and then by February or March, we know what will be included in the long bill, and then our budget becomes effective July 1st. In Public Service Code of Ethics, we have a couple codes of conduct and codes of ethics, and all of our employees and volunteers are under this code of ethics. It's in addition to the Colorado Code of Ethics, and sort of really articulates DNR's values. And I won't read it word for word, but advancing the public interest, promoting the interests of the public above service to oneself, upholding the Constitution and the law, promote public participation and partnerships, being transparent, responsive, strengthen equity, diversity, and inclusion. And what that means at DNR is to promote an environment where all employees, partners, and customers feel valued and respected, and in respecting and valuing individual strengths and perspectives to ensure we're innovative and resilient into the future. Empower adaptive leadership. As you all know, most of the problems with natural resources don't have an easy answer. And so building shared understanding and purpose, exchanging ideas and information, and then having transparent decision-making as we chart paths forward, demonstrate personal integrity, promote ethical actions, keeping public service in mind, and then advancing professional excellence. So strengthening our own personal capabilities. So this is something that all of our employees are held to, and something we're really proud of. Accessibility. Our accessibility greatly improved with COVID because all of a sudden our public meetings became much more accessible. So that was a really good side effect. And so we're dedicated to supporting a welcoming, inclusive, and accessible workplace. When it comes to public meetings, and this is something you all do really well, is to have those meetings accessible. And then if anyone needs an accommodation, we have Americans with Disabilities Act coordinators, and then including notices for folks who need accommodations for public meetings, making those accessible to the public real time via live streaming or audio, and an optional public comment, an option for virtual attendance and virtual public comment. And then when meetings are held around the state, striving to have the sufficient bandwidth to kind of accommodate all of that. Media context, you have one of the most amazing public information officers, so you all know this already, but to ensure transparency, accuracy, and accountability, if you receive an inquiry from someone from the media, you all know this, contact Kristen and avoid kind of talking to the media outside of speaking on behalf of the board. And then finally, legislative matters. Our Director of Legislative Affairs is Daphne Gervais. And if contacted by a legislator for factual information or otherwise, and Bill may have a different procedure here, but I would direct them to Bill or to Daphne. We're having a lot of activity right now as some of those year-round committees start up again. And so they will be your points of contact to help coordinate that. And then as a department in the executive branch, the department does not take positions on bills unless approved to do so by the governor. There's 4 options: support, oppose, neutral, and then no position. And boards, commissions, and other DNR public bodies shall not take positions on bills in their official capacities. Daphne is your contact with questions on the department's position on a particular bill. If the department has a particular position, we may ask board members or commissioners to testify on that bill in coordination with Daphne. And then obviously as individual members of the public, of course, you may take a position or offer testimony in your personal capacity.
Could you back up just one?
I wonder how I do that. How do I back up?
Left arrow on the keyboard.
Okay, there we go. Yep. Yeah. All right, that's my last slide. So any questions for me?
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate that you joined us.
Absolutely.
I think we're pretty good about all these things, but it is important that all the DNR boards get an annual reminder, and while Ed does it from a legal perspective, as Wendy said, there's a DNR component to this also. So I appreciate you coming out to share that with us. And if I think we behave well most of the time, but if we don't.
Well, I'll let you know, Bill.
Could we decide that we need legislative action from the fund recommendation? It would be very important, I think, for DNR to support that. And what might be the process for us to request that?
That's a great question. Earlier, the process is that I would submit a bill request to Daphne and DNR to look at. and decide if that was one of the priority bills for the agency. And so that's how the process works.
And if there's, if I could, yeah, and if there's a bill that's not DNR generated, that is coming from another party, and you would like to talk about that with DNR and taking a particular position, then Bill can also go to Daphne and talk about that as well in coordination. And then we coordinate with the governor's office so that the governor's office has a heads up. But we can also have that discussion as well.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Right, so in the spirit of trying to accommodate the public, I can see that there's some items on the agenda that we have public going to access, and so maybe we can just make some changes to the agenda. That's
If that's okay, we have folks in our waiting room here to speak on some of the matters and the agenda laid out that we had some internal staff things. So at the risk of offending staff, I'm gonna delay them and let's take care of the ones where we've got public comment and customs.
military lands, geologic carbon storage, solar production, and the grassland carbon ministry. Are there any others where Rick is willing to make a comment that we could want to do that?
I think I based that list off
What I sent,
what I'm seeing on the screen. If
that
there
was
were
5 minutes
others.
ago, so that was everything.
Right,
Mhm.
then we can begin and Greg Okish.
Good morning, Commissioners. Greg Okish, Assistant Director. I just want to continue. I've been texting Nick all morning what a wonderful room and AV system this is, and encouraged him to spend some of our money to duplicate it. There are no slides for this. There's a memo in your briefing package. This is really a review of a policy that the board approved 2 years ago, having to do with how we notify the affected military installations of actions related to state trust land within certain proximity to those installations. And when we created this policy, we review most of our policies in a 3-year cycle. This was a brand new policy. We hadn't tried it before. And so we wrote in the policy that we would look at it in 2 years. And I think in some ways it's working well, and we're accomplishing the goals we were interested in. We've learned, I think, in 4 places it is not working well. And we want to suggest some changes. And we do have a guest here, Keith Klain, who some of you joined for dinner last evening. I'm certain is going to want to speak to you about some of this. So broadly, the overview is we initially thought the policy would cover about 100,000 acres of state trust land and minerals, plus or minus. After the board directed us to proceed with the policy, I agreed, there was a request made, and I agreed to include something called MOAs, military operation areas, which are primarily flight areas, which increased the scope of the policy exponentially and complicated it by virtue of the fact we have terrific land managers and land people working for us. It's really not intuitive to think about what might be happening in the sky above a piece of land when you're out in the middle of the prairie, the grasslands, trying to make a land management decision. So for a couple of reasons, that's one of the things we'd like to revisit. I think in hindsight, that increased the land subject to the policy almost threefold. And in hindsight, it's turned out to be very difficult to manage. And so it's one of the changes we're going to make or recommend that you approve. The other area is communication and coordination. And I just had a sidebar with Mr. Klain in the lobby. The challenge we've had is that the people who have been identified as base contacts turn over on a fairly regular basis. And so by the time we reach out to somebody, they're generally unfamiliar with the policy. And it takes a fair amount of time for them to go through the process of getting endorsement of the feedback we would like to get from them. And so there's a couple of changes in here that are related to that. one of them, well, I'll come to it in a minute. So that's another area where we're going to recommend a change. This policy had a 60-day feedback period. I'm not sure why we did that. All of our other policies provide the parties we're interacting with 30 days, and we'd like to make this consistent. I'll come to that as a specific recommendation. I think broad brush, those are all the areas that we need to touch on. And there's 4 recommendations in this memo, and I'll just go through those quickly. So the first is that, and I'll be happy to take questions. The first is that we remove the MOAs from the policy. I just have to say, I don't think we can. I don't like to have policies that we can't actually live up to. And that's an area of this policy we have been unable to effectively manage to. And so that's one. Under communication, we had recommended in the policy and here that we require the DoD to provide a single point of contact. And the sidebar I had with Mr. Klain is that is not possible. We would have to, he makes a fair point, we would have to elevate the point at which all of these installations come under a single command is in the Pentagon. And he can probably elaborate, but we're probably not going to really be successful in identifying a person at the Pentagon who would provide us with feedback. So I agreed to work with Mr. Klain. We will continue to work with multiple points of contact as they're provided to us. We will contemporaneously with notifying any of them, notify Mr. Klain of the item we want feedback on. And quite honestly, he's been terrific about trying to herd the cats and get us feedback on a timely basis. So I'm concerned that may not fully solve the problem, but he's also acknowledged that might be the case. And if we're willing to work with him on it and we contact the right person and that person fails to get us feedback, they will accept the responsibility for that and not say we didn't hold up our end. So we'll have to revise if you tell us to make that revision to the policy, we'll do it after the fact today. And I'm comfortable with that. Shorten the notice period from 60 to 31 days, which is consistent with all our other policies. And then clarify that the absence of comment by the DoD within 30 days is considered to mean that no concerns exist. We had talked with Mr. Klain about this previously, and he was willing to accept that. And then lastly, the policy was really clear on what we were supposed to do with their feedback when we got it. All of our other policies say something to the effect of, we will consider those comments when making recommendations to the board and make you aware of them. And I would like this policy to be consistent in that regard. So we've added language to that effect. The red line you got looks like, really, I think that's the substance of the changes. The red line you got in your package makes a lot of other language changes that I think just simplify and clarify the policy. So there's a lot of red, but I think the 4 changes that I just highlighted for you are the substantive changes to what's in that policy. So with that, I'm happy to take questions, or I think when you ask for public comment, Mr. Klain would probably like to speak.
Questions from the commissioners? Members of the public.
Folks listening online, if you'd like to address the board on this item, please use the raise hand feature. For you to Mike to do that.
Thank you for joining us. Could you identify yourself for the record?
Yes, I remain Keith Klain. It's good to see you again after, I think it's been 9 months or so since our last visit. We are so grateful for this policy, and suffer a little bit also from the fact that it's taken longer to get the full cooperation from the bases that we'd like. And it is for largely the reasons he mentions: the turnover, the operating tempo at which they are constantly moving, doing real world mission things. All of that this sort of thing interrupts their schedule. I will redouble my efforts to try to keep them on track. The loss of 30 days doesn't make that any easier, mind you, but I fully understand wanting to be consistent with your other policies. We are simply grateful to have it. I'd like to talk just briefly about the loss of the that portion, which is the military operating areas. Those MOAs, airspace writ large that we use for flight training are very, very important to us. We understand, however, how unwieldy that is with you guys to try to manage the number of acres that it would involve. And we haven't even talked about the northern tier of our state, where we have a band of assets that are commanded out of F.E. Warren in Cheyenne, Wyoming, right? That you guys have a lot of property proximate to. So the issues from a DoD or community point of perspective for the DoD is it's much bigger than what we had even imagined before. To lose some of what we had imagined before, understandable. Greg is quite right to get back to the core of that agreement. We have to live with that. But I would suggest to you, we maybe haven't heard the end of it, that we may have some other work to do, whether it be in the legislature or in policy at the Capitol. We have work to do. We being the Department of Defense, we being the nation, are under threat. And then more and more threat comes to our attention on a regular basis. You may recall recently a balloon of Chinese manufacture managed to work its way up the Aleutians, all the way around the coast, over Montana, all the way to the East Coast. Lo and behold, the instrument package on it is certainly capable. It is certainly gathering intelligence. There's no doubt of that. Lo and behold, this balloon of Chinese manufacture is chock full of U.S. parts. That's how our supply chains work anymore, right? We're sending them stuff they can use, and they send us stuff we can use. There's a lot of scrubbing going on in that arena right now on some of our higher priority or sensitive equipment and weaponry. But lots of work to be done on this front. If you pay attention to the news, you'll know that the issue of foreign investment in and around our bases is of significant interest, and it's proven to be a significant problem. Much of this has just come to light in these last 9 months, certainly within the last couple of years since we last visited this policy. So from our perspective, user perspective here, the problems grow, the need for greater oversight grows, but we have an understanding of what your capabilities and limitations are. You know, we're not unrealistic about that. I would ask you in advance to be mindful of the proximity. Any piece of land you're considering a lease on, considering a sale on, be mindful of its proximity to any particular military base or training area that you're aware of. If you see something that's problematic, please reach out, even if it's outside the mileage limit of and the scope of the policy we have. Understand it's not enforceable from us to you, but it would be very, very helpful. I'll be glad to send, in fact, I'll commit to sending to Greg some information on states that have had challenges on this particular front. And I think it'll immediately become obvious to you why we don't want to be them. And we could very easily become them. I had the pleasure of having Chris Smith sit in on a briefing a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, maybe. I brought out the Air Force's senior risk analyst on this foreign investment thing. He says he's one of 31 that sits on this committee for the nation. And we talked about risk around some of the bases. We talked about the potential risk at ours as a case study. And I apologize to him for pulling it up just out of thin air that day. But, you know, the big 2,500 acre parcel down by Pueblo Army Depot that ended up with a solar farm on it, right? Well, that company, reputable company, but so many of the components on these solar farms are of Chinese manufacture. So many of these components are involved with or communicative, are capable of communicating, are capable of receiving, are capable of transmitting, right? They get their information about how to angle their panels from somewhere. They get their They get their statistics, their data from somewhere. Well, all of that's coming from that little station. And there's sensors on each of those panels. So, and this is true of rooftop panels, the whole bit. It's not unique to that project, mind you. So in the process of learning about what these real threats are, the DoD is coming to understand that even panels, which seem like, just completely inanimate objects, have capabilities that could be harmful to us. So we're wrestling with that. My own utility department there in Colorado Springs, in fact, is wrestling with that as we go about letting proposals for new projects. Do you just restrict use of foreign materials if they put them in? That's going to raise the cost a little bit. I could sit here and tell you probably an hour's worth of story after story after story. Where failing to do that is proven problematic to the defense of our nation. So whether it be the cell network around the country, the wind turbines. I was in the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force's office not long ago, and we were talking, and he said, if it were up to me, I'd have 100 free and clear miles around every one of my bases. 100. And certain bases that's allowed. It's already statutorily allowed. Schriever would be a base of that nature, for instance, and you've all been out there. The risk assessment person that I brought to the table, he's actually their asset, but two officers talking to one another or not, right? He said 350 may not be enough. I mean, that's the scope of the problem. If you can picture a transmitter on the top of a tall wind turbine, if that wind turbine happens to sit on the hill, which they are prone to do, that wind turbine can transmit and receive out to a distance they know so far of 350 miles. So 350 miles south of Schriever, potentially, they could intercept and being able to intercept or hear means you can also transmit and jam, right? Communications, it's a two-way street there. So these things, the scope of it is just unimaginable. Certainly you can't be responsible for any part of that, but I'd ask you to be cognizant of it. You've heard me talk before about when we stood Schriever up 50 years ago, we had no idea what the capabilities would be 50 years later. 50 years ago, you could stand there and what you see is what you got. It's literally in that spot because of that. What was the inclination to the mountains? What's our field of view to the southeast so we can pick up those satellites and talk to them for X number of minutes as they arc across the sky. Well, now the technologies are such that you're looking way beyond the horizon, way beyond this solar farm in Pueblo. They can see from Schriever. So technology is so far out in front of the policy that it's scary to us as Americans, and something I hope you'll at least consider as you contemplate things that come before you that might have these sorts of implications. But thank you. Appreciate your work on the cooperation on the REPI front. We, a little bit of a win there at Bohart this week. Hopefully you're as pleased about that as we are on this side of the table. I can assure you the folks at Schriever are preparing their proposal for next year. And that's looking very promising preliminarily. So I think we've got lots of goodness to look forward to in the future on that front, hopefully for mutual benefit. Okay, subject to that comment, that note, do you have any questions of me? No.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your.
You bet. Always good to see you. Thank you.
Just for those who are watching, we have revised the agenda slightly. And we're now going to be considering the geologic carbons.
We got to approve this.
All right. Is there any public comment online?
Folks listening online, use that raise hand feature if you'd like to speak to this item. No hands raised.
Is there a motion to adopt this policy? I move we approve the revision to the military advance policy as presented in our packet.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Thorold, a second by Commissioner Clark. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor indicate what, I guess we need to do this individually. Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Aye.
Commissioner Thorold. Aye. Chair votes aye. Vice Chair votes aye, and it's 4 in support. Commissioner Scanlon is absent. So, thank you very much. Right, moving on to the geologic carbon storage item. Is there someone here to present?
Ben, I think, is presenting online, and I just accidentally shared what he's gonna share remotely. Right,
I was
Ben?
wondering if I was gonna get control of my own
Yeah.
presentation. Thank you. Just a minute here while I get things properly shared.
Someplace I see snow. Where are you?
Not snow, reflection off the windows. All right. Can everyone see the presentation correctly at this moment?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you very much. For the record, this is Ben Teschner. I'm the Solid Minerals Manager at the State Land Board, and I also oversee our geologic carbon sequestration emerging business line, which is very exciting. I also have, I believe on this call, Sherry Tucker and Ken Latham from Capture Point Solutions, who is the applicant on this lease. Just as a reminder to the board and to our members of the public who may be seeing this type of business line for the first time, the goal of geologic carbon sequestration is to remove carbon emissions from the atmosphere, either directly or by pulling them off of an emitting source that would otherwise emit them, these emissions to the atmosphere, piping them to some location and injecting those carbon emissions underground, where they're no longer part of the atmosphere, and in so doing, be a positive mitigant to global climate change. This is an exciting lease because this is the third one I am bringing to you of this type. And it's diversifying our carbon sequestration leases into north central Colorado. At the moment, we have a lease currently up in the northeast, and one down in the south central district, and now the north central district as well may get to play along here. As I say, this lease is located in the north central district in central Weld County, which is a nice, cool place. This is a 2,800 acre lease, more or less. And if we zoom in on that property, you can see the proposed lease area outlined in yellow here on the State Land Board surface shown in blue. And what's particularly important about this one compared to some of the other ones you've seen in the past is on an acreage basis, this is a much smaller lease than you have seen in the past. And as a result, the staff anticipate that this project or this lease area does not fully constitute a project in and of itself. The applicant, Capture Point Solutions, will almost certainly need to amalgamate some other land holdings around the state-owned portion of the state-owned lease area, if you will, and in order to pull together a total project. And just for context, our past projects that we believe are sort of more contiguous are in the neighborhood of about 10,000 acres. So that's probably what they're going to need to pull together. And this exploration lease is giving them, in part, the opportunity to head down that road and see if this is something that's viable. Another reminder that this is primarily a subsurface lease. And at the moment, Capture Point has come to us and said that we're not sure if we're going to need surface access under this lease now or maybe ever. And so, you know, what you're seeing here on the screen is a photo of our lease up in northeastern Colorado, where they drilled a test well on state landlord property. In this case, again, because the acres involved in this lease may or may not be the appropriate place for surface structures. This is sort of one of those, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, and if we get there, type of situation. So we don't know. The lease certainly gives Capture Point the right to access the surface for these purposes. But with all of our leases of this type, they would come back to staff and propose a plan for doing so, and we will then work with them appropriately to make sure that those surface activities are properly accommodated with the other uses on site. Speaking of other things going on in the site, with you know, as we do in my business lines, reached out to Parks and Wildlife and to other staff, other state landlord staff, and Parks and Wildlife had a number of items that they raised to us with some recommended stipulations on this lease. There's a creek called Crow Creek that runs through the lease area, and Parks and Wildlife recommended that we impose a 500-foot setback from that creek for all surface activities, which we have written in the lease. There's timing restrictions for surface access for big game severe winter range, which is also a concern on these properties. Burrowing owls as well, and as our STIPs, the board may know, with our burrowing owls and our swift fox stipulations, that the way we write them is that the lessee may either avoid a certain window of time when the nesting and pup rearing periods of these animals are occurring, or they can have a qualified person come out and do a survey to ensure that they're not there. And then also with raptors and migratory birds, same deal with timing restrictions or survey requirements. Should we get to a point where surface disturbance is necessary, we're talking about well pad, maybe a well pad here, or a new access road or something like that, we will require a Class 3 cultural resources survey. And this is a survey where a qualified person comes out and physically examines the ground for potential cultural resources prior to disturbance. Other uses currently on site, we have grazing on all of these parcels, and although it's not always our practice to reach out to other lessees when we are considering new uses, because this is such a emerging business line and we've received a lot of feedback from the ag community, I took the proactive step to reach out to all of the grazing lessees by phone and spoke with them. And again, I want to stress that there are no current plans to access the surface. So should we need to access the surface, I'll be reaching out to the specific lessees that may be affected by that to discuss, the specifics of those plans if we get to that point. The other use on this property of being in Weld County is oil and gas, and this is a little unique compared to the other carbon sequestration exploration uses we've done in the past, and has and required some specific thinking from staff about how these things might be compatible, and if this is something we want to layer together. So I show you this map, and this is a screenshot from the ECMC, formerly the Colorado Gas Commission's website, which has a GIS map similar to the one that we have on our website, but their map shows all of the planned and drilled wells, oil and gas wells in our state. And so I want to highlight for you the lease area, sort of more or less in the upper left of this map, shown outlined in yellow. And on this map, the state land board sections are in that pale pink color. And all of the green and purple lines are traces of, in green, proposed well locations or planned well locations, and the purple are the ones that have already been drilled. The red dots are well collars, right? So those are the places where a well comes to the surface. And the point of this map is that oil and gas development is really moving towards these parcels that we are considering leasing for carbon sequestration today. And as staff, our analysis is that there's a strong potential for these parcels to be developed for oil and gas, especially under the new horizontal drilling activities. At present, there are 2 wells on the lease area, 2 oil and gas wells on the lease area. They're both vertical wells. You'll see one here in the section 36, and one over here in section 5. And the section 36 one is a producing well. So we have evidence, in addition to the progression movement of oil and gas development, that there are oil and gas resources on the property. So to tie all this together, staff have included in this lease as part of Capture Point's exclusive right to negotiate. We are telling them in advance that we expect that they will demonstrate to our satisfaction that the carbon sequestration activities will not, quote, hinder, strand, or waste oil and gas or other resources as part of that application or prior to that application for an injection should we get that far. Little summary on this lease and our anticipated revenue from this exploration lease. Again, this is a almost 2,900 acre lease. This provides a term of up to 4 years for Capture Point to do the exploration work. Oopsies. Not sure why it has a rent of $12 an acre. I'm not sure why that my shading is not disappearing for you on that, but you can probably see it well enough. And the total rent per year on this will be just shy of $35,000 a year. As has been our custom with recent carbon sequestration exploration leases, we also negotiated a term sheet which will put some guardrails and guide a future injection lease should we get to that point. We've negotiated an injection fee of $3.50 per ton as a floor for an injection fee should we get to that point, with some escalators based on the increases to the market or potential increases to the market. We anticipate an annual minimum payment based on that's similar to how we do AMR in the mining side of the house, but this guarantees that even if the injection is relatively low or is not happening at all, that the board continues to receive revenue from the lease. And given the rapidly evolving regulatory environment and market environment, we've included robust indemnification language that we expect to see in the injections. So staff is recommending that the board approve this geologic carbon sequestration exploration lease with Capture Point Solutions on 2,881 acres in Weld County. And for your convenience, here is the board.
So, Mr. Chavez?
And for you or the potential lessees, I understand this is a new business. Is there any idea how many tons per acre can be injected? Or is it just unknown at this point?
Is Ken available? I think he might be the most qualified to answer that.
I can answer that. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank y'all for taking up our issue today and inviting us to your meeting here. And
Could you identify yourself, please? Just for
I'm
the record.
My name's Ken Lapham. I'm the Director of Land and Carbon Storage Development for Capture Point Solutions.
Thank you.
And to your question about tons per acre, the sites are designed to inject a certain volume of CO2. And our geologists will model what the plume will look like based on the geology and how many acres it'll cover. So at this point, we really don't have a ton per acre calculation because we haven't finished the modeling to see how big the plume would be. But we're modeling the site for around 750,000 to 1 million tons per year of injection. And we're estimating somewhere between 5,000 to 8,000 acre plume areas, kind of what we're looking at right now. But again, that's all subject to change once we really get into the geologic modeling of it.
As a follow-up, with 750,000 to 1 million tons, and I know it's more acres. How long would this project last, or will that 30 years, 20 years, or?
We run our modeling analysis on a 20 to 25 year life. The project financing is tied to 45Q IRS 45Q tax credits, and they last for 12 years, assuming they're not renewed or no new emitters come on. Each emitter's on a 12-year cycle with their 45Q credit that's tied to their capture facility. So we model the sequestration sites for 20 to 25 years to allow for emitters to come on in stages or additional sources of CO2 to be found in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lapham. Are there any other questions from the commissioners? Is there any public comment?
Folks listening along online, use that raise hand feature if you'd like to address the board on this item. No raised hands, Commissioner.
I do have one question.
Yes, Commissioner Fogle.
Commissioner Fogle, then a question for you in this case. I'm wondering how the potential liability of like intercepting or impacting negatively oil and gas operations is managed. I know you have that there's indemnities included in the lease, and I wondered, I'm assuming those cover the other lessees impact their operations. And my follow-on question was, then is there a bond posted behind the indemnity as there are often in our leases?
Great question. So a couple things. One is we have included the indemnity, and the indemnity is primarily against liability to the board. The lease as current, the lease proposed to you is subject to the existing uses, right? So the existing leases on the property, including the agriculture and the oil and gas, how do I want to say it? The lease, the carbon sequestration lease cannot, exploration lease cannot hinder those activities because those predate this. Now, when we get to, and what we're talking about here is exploration activities, and as a result, we see this as staff as the chances for hindering, oil and gas activity are extremely low, particularly at the exploration phase. What we've asked of Capture Point is to show us, should we get to the injection point, show us that this is going to be the case, that we're not going to be hindering or stranding these oil and gas resources, and provide evidence to us that will be the case and how we were going to do that. I think the how we're going to do that remains to be seen based on their target formations, based on the oil and gas plans at whatever that future point is. A number of factors that many of which are technical and will be sorted during the exploration work that we're recommending you approve going forward. So that's a little bit of a roundabout way of addressing that, but I hope that answers your question. And if not, I'm happy to perhaps elaborate further. And I see Aaron has a question or has a comment.
Just then maybe to clarify, so what you're saying is, and I imagine this to be the case, that in the exploration lease, there's going to be a well drilled, possibly to, firm up the expectation about the size of the plume or what have you, and you think that the chances are very slim that that would intersect or interrupt with any of the existing oil and gas infrastructure.
Yes, so there either will be a well drilled or a new well drilled, or Capture Point will be able to use existing well data from the area to model and pull together a design for the project. So one of those two things will occur, and at which point, as part of that design, and we are in this lease saying to Capture Point, we expect this to be part of the design consideration. We will expect to be reviewing it as part of that.
And I'll just jump in here to highlight a couple of points, Commissioner Frobe. For the record, this is Aaron O'Connell, Assistant Attorney General for the board. And that's in to your question about the existing oil and gas leases. The indemnification in the exploration lease would cover interference to those existing rights. And we do have a bond provision in the exploration lease. To Ben's, I defer to Ben on the operational side on it, but this is not an injection lease. But during the injection lease, we think that there's probably more opportunity for that interference to exist. And in the term sheet that we drafted for that injection lease, it specifically contemplates not only a storage bond, but also an indemnification against interference with those existing rights, including oil and gas leases. So from our perspective, the lease covers us well against those potential liabilities.
Thank you very much, Aaron.
All right. Are there any public comments regarding this carbon sequestration exploration lease?
Any folks listening online, use that raise hand feature. Looks like no public comments.
There are none. Any further questions from the board? Not, we're open to it. Motion.
I move to approve the geologic carbon sequestration exploration lease GCS -116089 as presented in the board order.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Chavez. Motion was by Commissioner Clark. All right, any public additional comment? If none, we'll call for a vote. Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Frobe?
Yeah.
Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
The acting chair votes yes. Motion passes 4-0. Right, the next item that we'll
Thank you,
take
Ben.
on.
Thank
is
you.
Production. And just to note for any public member, we made modifications to the agenda. And so we are now considering the solar production lease, which is item number F. Brings the final action. And
Good morning, Commissioners. Nice to virtually see you. Can you all hear me okay?
David, you want to introduce yourself and
Yep, can you guys hear me okay?
yes.
Great. Good morning, Commissioners. Nice to virtually see you all. I can sort of see you all in my little window here, but David Rodenberg with the Renewable Energy Program Manager for the State Land Board. This final action item is to recommend the board approve a solar production lease application with Salsa Solar Energy, and they're a subsidiary of Invenergy. So if the board approves this solar production lease, not only will it meet the State Land Board's energy goals, but it will generate approximately $870,000 over the course of the lease for the trust. So the related state trust land is a 40-acre parcel located in central Pueblo County, right about here. And I'll show you in a more detailed map in just a few slides. So as you all know, the board has 3 key steps in the renewable energy leasing process. This solar project has gone through the first 2 steps, the first of which is the pre-application review. This step includes obtaining feedback from all of the State Land Board's line of business managers, including the Conservation Services Manager and the District Manager. CPW is also notified of this project and is asked to provide feedback. There were no significant issues during that review, and the feedback was supportive of this use on the parcel from staff. The second step is the planning lease phase, which gives the developer enough site control to work on site planning, environmental studies, obtain CPW input as well, obtaining county permits, obtaining a power purchase agreement, et cetera, et cetera. Typically, prior to issuing a planning lease, staff reaches out to the agricultural lessee to give notice and to also obtain feedback. However, the state trust land parcel related to this project does not have an agricultural lessee, so that notice and feedback wasn't necessary. So staff executed a planning lease on February 1st of this year, 2023. And keep in mind that this project has been ongoing for some time prior to this planning lease. But the State Land Board parcel wasn't initially involved in the project until staff reached out to Invenergy to begin discussions about including this 40-acre parcel, which is why only 7 months later, Invenergy is requesting a production lease. And so that is why we're here today. The production lease will allow the developers to finalize their permitting with the county and other details with the project, and then to construct and finally go into production. All production leases require board approval. So a little bit about Invenergy. They are one of the largest privately owned renewable energy development companies in North America. They have 51 solar projects, 17 of which are contracted for development, 9 are under construction, and 25 that are in production and that have over 6,000 megawatts of installed power capacity. So staff is confident that Invenergy is a solid, reputable company to partner with on this project. So this is a solar project that will include a total of 1,895 acres, which includes private and the State Land Board's 40-acre parcel. It will generate up to 200 megawatts of power capacity and have 100 megawatts of power storage. This project, which has an estimated $530 million in capital cost, is very similar in size to the Thunderwolf solar project that the board visited this past June, and is actually adjacent and directly northwest of this project area, which I'll show you on a map coming up here. Sorry, I did not unhighlight those points. So the proposed lease terms include 40 acres of state trust land. Those 40 acres will have enough panels to produce up to 10 megawatts of power capacity, which is what staff negotiated the production rent on. And staff recommends a 30-year production lease with an additional 36 months to finalize interconnect details, permitting, and to construct the project. So I want to point out a few things on this map. First and foremost, the project boundary that includes the 1,895 acres is this red line you see here. And then this is the 40-acre state trust land parcel that is being proposed and recommended to be included in the project. This yellow that you see here is also state trust land, and this is the Thunderwolf project where the State Land Board has a utility scale solar production lease, and this is the project that the board visited this past June. These parcels you see in orange are also state trust land parcels. And they are under a utility scale planning lease currently as well. If I were to zoom out from this map, you would see several more utility scale solar planning leases that the board has. So this is a very prime area for solar projects. I want to point out this area right here that's crosshatched in blue. This is the Mirasol substation, of which the board exchanged land with Xcel Energy several years ago. It included a few parcels over here in exchange, but this is where the Mirasol substation is. Invenergy currently has a PPA with Core Electric Cooperative, and they're in negotiations with Xcel to utilize the Mirasol substation to distribute their energy produced from the project. If those negotiations go well, the Invenergy will ultimately need a right-of-way through this transmission line corridor to connect to the substation. That's not included in this production lease. That will be a separate item if that's requested. So the estimated revenue from the project in total over the course of the 33 years is $870,530. That includes one-time payments of $18,600 that will be paid upon execution of the lease. And then the rest of that money is $851,930, which is the production lease annual payments that the board will receive. And that comes out to approximately $29,000 a year. I wanted to point out that the State Land Board has language in the lease that guarantees that the board will receive no less than the production lease rent negotiated with other parties that are participating in the project. And so the board is receiving that higher rent, the highest rent. There's also a rent review every 5th year where staff has the opportunity to analyze a negotiated percent of gross revenue and then compare that to the current rent being received. And then we would take the greater of those two payments. And that will continue on for the next 5 years until the next review. So a couple other things we'd like the board to consider when thinking about this decision is that the land is not leased for any other use. The State Land Board's lines of businesses provided supportive feedback. The developer will follow local land use regulations and will also follow best management practices identified in the lease. Also, Invenergy has completed 100% of the project design. They completed their environmental studies and consultations with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And again, there was no significant issues with State Land Board property in particular. And they've also completed their submission of their permits to Pueblo County. So project benefits generate significant revenue for the school trust. It supports the board's goals, and it's not leased for any other use currently. So with that, staff recommends that the board approve a solar energy production lease with Salsa Energy LLC located on 40 acres of school trust land in Pueblo County. And the lease will include all of the terms described in this cover sheet and more specifically described in the board order. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions the board may have. And there's also a representative from Invenergy here to answer any specific questions about the project that you may have as well.
Thank you. First, Commissioner Chavez.
David, how are you? I just had a question. It's more general, really. And you were talking about the other planning leases. Will all those use the Mirasol substation, or what's the capacity of that substation?
It's a good question. I don't know if I have an answer about the total capacity, but of the projects in that vicinity, not all of them are necessarily proposing to connect to the Mirasol substation. Some of them are anticipating to, but not all of them.
I'm just curious, like I said, with all that development, there's obviously going to be more capacity.
Yeah, there's other substations in the vicinity that that projects are contemplating connected to, other than Mirasol.
Thank you.
Commissioners, have any questions? If not, I believe there's a representative here who would like to speak. Want to come forward and introduce yourself?
Good morning. Hi, thank you so much. My name is Madison Robley. I am the developer on the Salsa Solar project in Pueblo County. I just wanted to thank you all for your time and your consideration for our application, and to thank David for this presentation. Like David said, the project will be 200 megawatts of solar, 100 megawatts of storage. So with our models, we anticipate this to power more than 75,000 homes. And the project will, so the emissions reductions because of the project is the equivalent of planting 200 million trees. We're really excited about this project, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
So when you talk about powering 75,000 homes, that's in the Pueblo area?
So we do have a contract for this project. It's with Core Electric Cooperative. Core's service territory is sort of south of Denver, between Denver and Colorado Springs, and then into the mountains a bit. The power will be going to serve that territory. We have our PPA with them is 20 years, and after 20 years, we anticipate repowering. And that could be with a different off-taker.
Questions? Is there any public comment regarding this?
Anyone listening online, use your raise hand feature. No hands raised.
No comment? If we're on, I'm open to motion.
I move that the board approve the board order for the solar production lease with Salsa Solar Energy LLC as presented by board.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Foil, a second by Commissioner Chavez. Voting on this, Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Foil, yes, Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
and the acting chair votes aye, and motion passes unanimously. Let me just say before we move on from this, that I've had several people contact me about the Jack Solar Garden project, and an understanding that they're interested in expanding out of Longmont to Pueblo. And I'm wondering if we might be able to visit the project or have a presentation from them, because as we expand more and more with our solar work, this is a really innovative project, and I'd love for staff and commissioners to look at this proposal, if we could schedule.
Happy to make it up.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have one more item which we'll consider outside of our regular agenda schedule. And that's the grassland carbon lease right. William? Please introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Commissioners. William Woolston, Field Operations Team Leader.
And I'm Mindy Gottsagen. I'm the Conservation Services Manager and the Business Manager for the Ecosystem Services Program.
Mindy and I are very pleased to be with you this morning. We're to present Grassland's carbon sequestration opportunity to you this morning. I would like to mention also our lessee, Mr. Cade Ramey, is available if you have any questions for him, as well as Mr. Peyton Ward. He's a representative with the Goro Carbon Alliance. So I know you've multiple times had Ben and Crystal talking to you even today about subsurface carbon sequestration opportunities. Minnie and I are very happy to be able to talk to you about a surface grassland carbon sequestration opportunity today that we hope will move into a new business opportunity for us. Our lessee, this is a photo of the headquarters that we're looking at, of the headquarters ranch that Mr. Ramey runs. This is on his deeded land. It combines with a large amount of state lease that we'll look at in a little bit. But Mr. Ramey approached us with an opportunity that he had found to work with the Agoro Carbon Alliance on a carbon sequestration project. He's done a tremendous amount of work on his place in the last 2 years to be ready for a regenerative grazing opportunity program. So we felt this was a really good opportunity to do this and look into it more deeply from our end and learn through this project. As I said, Mindy and I are both, the staff is very excited about the possibility of a new revenue source for the land board in the grassland carbon sequestration. We're even more excited. I know what really excites me about this is that in order to do grassland carbon sequestration on surface lands, on grazing lands, you need to use regenerative grazing practices in order to do that. That's the main driver. I think this will really open the door for us to get more people, more of our lessees involved in regenerative grazing practices on our lands, because they're going to have an opportunity to make some revenue out of it as well. And those practices are an integral part of this process. So that's, to me, that's very exciting. I think that's something that we will really enjoy going forward. The headquarters ranch is located in the northeastern part of Colorado, just east of Sterling, as you see on the map here. It is just under 11,000 acres of state lease land. This map shows the headquarters ranch and the infrastructure that is on the ranch. And as I said, Mr. Ramey, he's actually put in about $200,000 of more infrastructure in about 2.5 years. He's an aggressive young lessee that's doing a great job. So anyway, he's added water lines, water tanks, and more fence line to really set this up for regenerative grazing. And we think that really provides an opportunity to add grassland carbon sequestration and see how this, and learn through this project and as we go forward. The carbon credits that would be retrieved off of this project would go into the voluntary carbon market to be sold as carbon credits to third parties. As I said earlier, our Agoro Carbon Alliance is the partner that Mr. Ramey would like to work with on this project. They would be responsible for the collection of for the soil testing that would be required, both from a baseline to establish a baseline, and then do that soil testing later on to prove the sequestration of carbon. They're also responsible for the monitoring of this project as it goes on through the 10-year project. So how does enhanced carbon sequestration happen on rangeland? As already stated, regenerative grazing is the main thrust. That's the real key to adding soil health, storing more carbon, getting that more root growth and more improvement in our soils and thus our lands. And another portion of this would be the application of native seed and fertilizer, a small amount of fertilizer that would be aerially applied at the beginning of this project. So it would happen this fall, in the next couple of months. As we stated in the cover sheet, Mr. Ramey he's taking on the vast majority of the risk of this project. We are putting no capital into this. It's Mr. Ramey and Agoro that's putting the capital in. He has the risk. If he doesn't generate sequestration, he doesn't receive the payments. So neither do we, but he's got a lot more risk in this than we do. And I think we have opportunity coming out of this very greatly. How would we do this? This would be done with we would place an ag lease rider on his grazing lease, which would allow for Agoro to come onto our state lands and do the work. Agoro and or their contractors to come on our lands and do the work that needed to be done through this project. So with the help of Kristen, we've put together a diagram that helps kind of outline how all these pieces fit together. As I said, headquarters is Mr. Ramey's LLC. He's our lessee. He would be responsible for the adaptive grazing management that takes place on the ground, and for the infrastructure and maintenance of the infrastructure. He is wanting to work with Agoro, the carbon aggregator. Agoro again would be responsible for the soil testing, the monitoring through this project, and the collection of the carbon credits and the data. We would place a lease rider that would allow for the land board to have coverage, and allow Mr. Ramey to work with Agoro on our state lands. There also is the likelihood of a contract that our AG's office is going to work out with Agoro to cover access issues. So probably a temporary access type thing, and also possibly some liability and indemnification issues that they want to just make sure are properly in place. So that would happen. If that happens, that would take place before we sign the lease rider, as stated in the cover sheet. So going to the demand side of this model, what happens on that side? Agoro again is doing the soil testing. They're collecting the data. They will be collecting the carbon, the data that allows for the carbon, that shows the carbon has been stored in our soils. And that data will be verified through a company called Verra. They're a carbon registry company. They're the leader in the carbon sequestration field for verification and registry of carbon credits right now. And that allows for assurance of the third party market buyers that the carbon credits they're going to buy are sound and verified. So the revenue that would come back from the sale of those carbon credits to Agoro would then be shared out in year 5 and year 10. Part of the revenue, I should say, would be shared out in year 5 and year 10 with Mr. Ramey. And then, of course, we would receive 10% of the net revenue received in year 5 and year 10 as a land rent to the land board. It's not a lot of money, but we feel it's a fair amount of revenue for this project. It was brought to us. We have no capital up front. He's carrying the risk, and we're going to learn a lot from this project to hopefully build on this going forward. The revenue that we do receive would go into the trust, and then also maybe more importantly, 10 years of regenerative grazing and improved soil health will go on to 11,000 acres of our lands. So just kind of an overview. Again, the contract that Mr. Ramey would like to have with Agoro is 10 years. The revenue that we're expecting off of the projected carbon returns would be $84,600, and that is 10% of the net. And well, I'll go.
Okay. And then this is Mindy Gottsagen again. The project expects to sequester about 6,000 metric tons of carbon per year into the soil. If you multiply that by 10 years, obviously it's 60,000 metric tons of carbon. That's roughly the equivalent of what the carbon emissions from 1,300 cars, 1,300 vehicles per year. And just as an equivalency for that, it's also about, what was I going to say? That's generated about 0.5 ton of carbon per year per acre. And this project also has the potential for biodiversity uplift. The contract that Mr. Ramey has with Agora really just deals right now with soil carbon. There is also another opportunity for biodiversity that could be pollinator habitat, a variety of different animal species, landscape conservation. That's something that we're looking at as a possible add-on to this. But this lease today is really just addressing the carbon sequestration aspect of it. And I'll hand this back to William.
Thanks, Mindy. So I just wanted to quickly go over this table with you. And it was outlined in the cover sheet, but wanted to just make sure Mr. Ramey will receive some money up front from Agoro. That the money shown in year 0, that money will be plowed right back into our land through the aerial seeding of a native sandy land seed mix and the fertilization that goes along with that. So that money will go right back into the land. That will be, he will not retain any of that revenue. The year 5 and year 10 projected revenues are what we expect to come out of the carbon sequestration and carbon credits. And that is the number that we would receive 10% of through this project. So just to highlight, we believe the school trust will be reasonably compensated for the use of the state trust land, especially given the other benefits that we see possibly coming through this project. The project has very low risk for the state land board. It allows us to participate in the nascent soil sequestration market and learn from it. And it's an opportunity to determine the ability of regenerative grazing to increase soil carbon on some of our lands, and in this case, in sandy lands. It will improve stewardship on almost 11,000 acres of state trust land through the 10 years of this project. And with that, staff recommends that the board approve a grassland carbon lease rider for Ag Lease 113-547, allowing the lessee Headquarters Ranch LLC to enter into a 10-year voluntary grassland carbon project with the Agoro Carbon Alliance, subject to final approval as to form of the lease rider by the board's Assistant Attorney General. And with that, I'd open it up for any questions or comments that you might have.
Hearing from Mr. Ramey, as the board have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Shawks.
For you or for Mr. Ramey, does he envision or plan to have to reduce his animal count to achieve these goals?
Cade,
Since it's growing.
Yeah, I don't believe so. And that, normally through regenerative grazing practices, if anything, I think you'd find some possibilities of increase. But I don't know if Cade wants to speak to that or not.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Just when Mr. Ramey.
Yes.
Yes.
And first of all, Mr. Ramey, do you want to introduce yourself for the record?
Yeah, my name is Cade Ramey. I'm a owner out here at Headquarters Ranch. I'm a relatively young producer out here. I got the opportunity to get a hold of this ranch just about 18 months ago. And I'm from a ranching family, and this is the family that I'm from practices regenerative grazing quite a bit. We have a lot of water infrastructure. And so when I got here, we were in the midst of a drought, and there was a lot of improvements needing to be had in the first place just for grazing. There's multiple instances of 2-mile hikes for cattle to drink water. And so it just, you don't get an effective grazing. As far as the animal unit utilization that you were referring to, like William said, generally in regenerative grazing, ultimately you will up your animal unit count. This year of rain has really helped recover this ranch and lots of the ranches in this area in the first place. So for the first few years, I think we would probably flatline with what our carrying capacity is. But over time, I would anticipate it to increase, not decrease. It should increase your production if you're getting better root structures underground. So, yeah.
Commissioner Foil?
Yes, hi, Mr. Rainey, nice to meet you. I had a couple of questions. One was, what is the general purpose of the native seed? Is that restoration to barren areas on the ranch that you said were, had been suffering through drought, or is that just a supplemental mix to diversify the forage out there?
I think obviously it's a program that they want you to participate in, so that helps. But lots of the ranches out here, I mean, I would say across the country, have experienced a lot of continuous grazing over time that may not necessarily take advantage of cool seasons versus warm season grazing, especially in the sandy land out here. So there are lots of instances where we're almost overcome with needle and thread or cheatgrass, cooler season grasses that don't really have a lot of forage quality once you get into the warm season. And this just really, in my opinion, presents a really good opportunity to apply seed more broadly. So maybe we can help reestablish those grasses over time. If you add regenerative grazing into that, there's a way. William and I have discussed earlier this year about cheatgrass. There's a way to utilize those cool season grasses in the early spring when they're green and have a protein content that's of value. And then you can let those pastures rest over time, providing you have adequate infrastructure to different paddock systems and whatnot to keep cattle off that. So then in the warm season, those warm season grasses have an opportunity to establish, and it should just help the balance of forage quality overall. So you don't have such barren places during parts of the year, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so it sounds like it's addressing two issues. One is some perhaps degradation, but first and foremost is really running the diversity of the forage sources. Second question was, would you be willing, and I don't know if it's anticipated in the lease, but one of the most exciting things about this opportunity, I think, the State Land Board, is the opportunity to demonstrate all the benefits associated with regenerative grazing and some of the how-to on that. And I wondered, in that regard, would you be willing to share not just the carbon sequestration results, but also the benefits to increase carrying capacity and pounds on your animals, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, this ranch stuff, this is the stuff that I get excited about more than anything else. So sharing this information, I'm an open book with it. I love to give it away, which may not be the best business decision for me, but I have absolutely no problem sharing that information because I like to see things done right. There's a lot of ranches around that have gotten degraded over time because it's easy to kick cattle out and close your eyes and not think about it. But there's a right way to do things, providing we have positive benefit or negative benefit for that matter. I have no problem sharing any of that information because I think it helps all of us ultimately.
Great, thank you. Excited about the opportunity.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Rainey, first I want to commend you on your resourcefulness. And I looked up Agora online and I wondered, it looks like it's an international organization. Is that right?
I think it is.
It is, yes.
And so, can you say a little more about that? I mean, how is that funded? Is it a private company or is it a nonprofit or?
Probably Peyton, are you on?
Peyton's not on.
Peyton is not on. It is, Agoro is a subsidiary of Yara, which is a Norwegian company, I believe is correct. It's essentially a fertilizer company. And Agoro was established to do carbon sequestration with farmers and ranchers. That was the purpose. I believe it is a profitable company. I'm sorry, I can't tell you better than that. I believe it is, yes.
If there's something that I could, right, but it's not uncommon for these companies to be international in scope. The carbon market is actually a global market. You can support projects that are local or regional or state, but generally because the atmosphere is global, it's not uncommon to have international markets or like international companies doing it.
It looks like they have an operation in Brazil too.
Yeah, there's countries that are leading ahead of where we are right now that are developing these kinds of programs. Whether they're government required or they're, I guess voluntary. I'll be talking a little bit about that during the Ecosystem Services Business Program portion of the meeting, but it's not uncommon for them to be kind of international companies. They're what you call an aggregator. They're working with hundreds and hopefully thousands of ranchers and producers to create carbon credits. And they're doing that all over the world.
Yeah, that's, very true. And Peyton Ward he was expecting to be with us today, but I was talking to him a couple of days ago and he was telling me how they're receiving a lot of interest from farmers and ranchers here, and I'm sure worldwide where they're operating. That's one of the reasons we would like to get ahead of this, because we're going to be receiving interest from other lessees, I'm sure.
If there's something,
Is this their first project in Colorado, the United States, or do you know?
I do not know that. He didn't say. I know. I don't know that. I don't know. I'll just leave it at that.
a thing that I wanted to add is that we're likely going to be working with a number of companies like Agora. There are quite a number of companies evolving, and I'll talk a little bit about this evolved market in the other presentation that I'll be making. We don't expect this to be our last. This was an opportunity that was presented to us by Mr. Ramey coming to us. But we are looking at other possible aggregators as well. They all work a little bit differently. We're hopeful that in the next year or two, a number of those will come into focus, and we'll have a suite of programs that we could work with our lessees. There's also opportunities for cropland producers. And so this is just one, this is our first one. It's kind of what we're considering one of our pilot projects.
Fantastic. All right. So any other comments? Are there any comments online?
Folks listening along online, are we at that point?
Further questions? Board, if you entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Chavez, I move we approve the grassland carbon lease rider AG 113547 that's presented in the board.
Second. Motion made by Commissioner Chavez, seconded by Commissioner Pearl.
Commissioner Heath.
All those in favor?
Commissioner Heath. Real quick, I didn't make a real crisp ask of the public. If you just let me do that real quick. Public, if you're listening along online and you wanted to comment on this item, use that raise hand feature. No hands raised. Thanks for that interruption.
There are no comments. We'll ask for a vote. Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Pearl? Yes. Commissioner Clark? Aye. The acting chair votes aye and passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, looking forward to this. Thanks, Kate.
Thank you.
I think we're back now. Do we need a break? Okay.
There's also, looks like lunches here.
Yeah.
Should take a quick break, grab lunches, or
Let's do that. What do you say? All right, quick
We're gonna have a
break,
working.
lunch, and it's what, 11:45, and we reconvene at noon? Right, that sound good? All right, we'll be in recess.
We're gonna get going.
Commissioners, we're back live.
Live and
Watch your P's and Q's.
downtown Avon. Live and oh, that's right, that's right. We're the replacement for the screenwriter skill. All right, this is the meeting of the Colorado State Land Commissioner, and we are at mid-agenda, and we're about to consider the outcome of our business plan.
Okay, good. Thank you, Commissioners. Again, for the record, this is A. Medina, Recreation Program Manager with the State Land Board. So I'm here this morning, or this afternoon now, to present on the Outdoor Recreation Business Plan. This is an information item only, and we're not requesting that the board take any action on this item today. The cover sheet that I included in the September board packet provides a lot more detail and does include a copy of the entire business plan. And there is, of course, a lot more detail in there. I'm going to be providing a high-level overview of the plan. So today I'll provide a brief background about outdoor recreation and the business plan, explain some key points about recreation leasing on state trust lands, and describe how we continue to growing the program in a sustainable manner. Additionally, and most importantly, I'll address or answer any questions that the board may have about the plan. Oh, there we go. So first and foremost, outdoor recreation leasing is a distinct business line at the State Land Board, generating reasonable and consistent revenue for trust beneficiaries. This program is fairly new. It's only about 10 years old, well, a little over 10 years old. And this is the second update to the first business plan that was prepared in 2013. And the primary objective for this program is to achieve market-based revenue from outdoor recreation uses while preserving the long-term value of the trust asset on which these leases are placed. So just a little bit of history. I won't go too deep into this, but the State Land Board has had a pretty long history being a part of the outdoor recreation conversation in the state. This includes involvement in a potential lands exchange early on in 1888 with the federal government to help create the first state park, which was going to be Royal Arch in Saguache County. So not to be confused with Royal Gorge in Fremont County, but the board was a part of that conversation for that land exchange. It never did materialize, but that was very early conversation. And then forward a little bit as well, the early state parks boards in Colorado, including the first and one in 1937, one in 1955, the board did play a role as being part of those boards early on as well. Fast forward to about the mid-1900s, staff has discovered or has seen evidence from the from 1960 that the State Land Board did issue recreation for leases at that time for specifically recreation use. So we have a longer history of leasing for that specific use. As mentioned, the outdoor recreation program is relatively new in the State Land Board's history. It wasn't until 1993 that the State Land Board adopted a policy that considered multiple uses on state trust land, paving the way for both public and private recreation leases. For the first 20 years after this policy, rec leases were issued by the State Land Board, but it was done in somewhat of an ad hoc manner without a specific strategy in mind. In 2012, as recreation leasing revenue was approaching about $1 million a year, the business was finally recognized as a standalone business, and the first program manager was hired, which happened to be me. So, one of my very first tasks as the recreation program manager was to put together a business plan to guide the program and revenue growth. Which brings us to today, as mentioned, this is the second update to the that business plan that was created in 2013. So outdoor recreation in the state, it's definitely big business and it contributes a fair amount of revenue to the state's gross domestic, or quite a bit to the state's gross domestic product. The numbers, $36.8 billion with a B, is what's the estimated contribution, and that represents about 10% of the entire state's GDP. This outdoor recreation and the industry itself does support over 500,000 jobs in the state, and there's other ways that folks, or that economic contribution is calculated, which includes both direct, indirect, and also induced contributions. That 36.8 billion is the kind of the direct amount that is contributed to the economy. But when you add into those other factors, direct, indirect, and induced, the number is projected to be 62.5 billion. So it's much higher than as well. As a large landowner in the state of Colorado, we certainly want to participate in that market and use our trust assets to generate revenue for our trust beneficiaries. So you might be wondering, what are some of the participation trends in the state? Well, based on, we'll definitely say both residents and visitors to the state have a very high interest in outdoor recreation, as is evidenced by participation trends and dollars spent. The top 5 outdoor recreation activities based on annual spending are shown in this on this slide in front of you. And it's worth noting that the State Land Board's current biggest recreation use is hunting purposes, and it isn't one that appears on these top 5 based on spending. What that just to me signals is there's opportunity out there for us to expand it to a couple of different types of uses and as well. In case you are wondering what rounds out the top 10, I've included them. I've included them up here as well. I thought very interesting, wildlife watching comes in at number 6, but that does not include bird watching as part of that calculation for whatever reason. When they calculated both, or when they did it, they left out bird watching as part of it. But anyways, it's kind of interesting to see.
Is rafting a part of that? I'm surprised that's not on there.
I don't see rafting. I don't think it was too far from the top. Yeah, it wasn't that much further on into the list. I remember seeing it, but not within the top 10. So what kind of growth have we seen with this program over the last 10 years as we've had this business plan in place? The first number that I'll point to is private recreation leases. Back in 2012, we were hovering about 182 private recreation leases on less than 250,000 acres. In 2023, we've expanded this number to 400 plus and achieved leases on almost 500,000 acres of trust land. Additionally, in 2012, what we used to refer to as the public access program had 234 properties across the state and was shy of 500,000 acres. And today that number is up to 411 properties and very close to 1 million acres. And revenue. Back in 2013, that revenue was hovering at about $1 million per year. And this last year, we did just finish out at $3.35 million in annual recurring revenue from rec uses. I do just want to point out one quick footnote about annual revenue growth. If you take the 2012 number and adjusted that just for inflation over the last 10 years, that number would come out to about $1.4 million. So that means that the real annual revenue growth, with inflation in mind, or taking out inflation, is about 1.95 million, or almost $2 million in real revenue growth. So it's significant. So how have we gotten to this place, or what kind of actions have we taken to achieve growth? Much of it can be attributed to a number of intentional actions. The first, I like to think, is we hired a program manager, hired myself to help guide the program. You know, part of that responsibility is, you know, building key partnerships, managing recreation leasing across the state in a consistent manner, and also just keeping an eye on the market, seeing where trends are going. We also have 3 levers that we've intentionally used over the last 10 years to adjust this growth. The first lever is leasing additional lands. This requires to adjust this lever, it requires that we know what we own and what is valuable and what valuable recreation resources exist on our properties. This also applies to any potential acquisitions that we might be looking, any potential land that we might be looking to acquire. We also take steps to advertise available leasing opportunities and maintain a fair, transparent, and competitive leasing process. The second lever is layering compatible leases on our property. And a lot of this, the impetus from it was from that multiple use policy that was adopted in the early 1993. This requires coordination with business leaders, other business leaders within the agency, as well as our district field staff to ensure that any new recreation use that we're placing on a property, it's compatible with our existing surface leases. Layering compatible leases through this practice, we've also found that certain areas of the state, in certain portions of the state, really rec leases can bring in significantly more revenue than sometimes our grazing leases can on the same property. And additional to that, you know, recreation use, since it's kind of it's a lighter use, it's usually a limited party size and has a smaller footprint. It tends to work well with agricultural uses in particular. And the third lever that we've adjusted is increasing or watching our recreational lease rates and keeping them in line with the market. We found through our competitive leasing strategy that with our auctions, that it helps us understand the statewide market and identify areas where parties are willing to pay more for recreation leases. This could be areas with high quality hunting. This could be high quality hunting areas, river bottoms, or properties with outstanding attributes like scenery or in close proximity to a high tourism area. I think the proof lies in our average lease rate prices, that this lever has been working and that our competitive process has been working. In the first year of the outdoor recreation plan, 2013, the average rec lease rate was $1.59 per acre per year. Today, the average rate, if you take all our leases and all the land that's included in them, the average rate is about $3.26 per acre per year. Again, if you adjust that for inflation, starting with the number from 2013, you get the $1.59 would be $2.08, meaning that our real average lease rate has increased by $1.18 per acre per year over the past 10 years. So that brings us to where do we want to go, or what do we want to do? In the business plan, there are 3 goals that are identified for continuing to build a business plan. The first goal is to optimize the value of the outdoor recreation lease portfolio. This means continuing to understand what we own and what might be advantageous to acquire, understanding our market. That means the rates and also trends as to where recreation is leading, and continuing leasing through a fair and competitive process. The second goal is increasing the number and type of recreation leases. Some of the actions that we can take to achieve this and are outlined in the business plan are investing in high quality, sustainable property improvements that will expand opportunities for leasing revenue, and also maintaining relationships within the industry to gain insights as to how the market is changing and how we might adjust. And finally, the third goal is minimizing impacts from rec leasing on important natural values. This is our stewardship component. Some of the actions that are presented in the business plan include things like fostering sustainable use through requirements in our lease, asking folks to implement best management practices like a very common one, leave no trace for use on any of our properties. Additional to that, other actions, include monitoring, controlling trespass, unauthorized use or illegal improvements on our property, and again, fostering relationships with local law enforcement, local land management agencies that are active in the community, and then also local outdoor recreation planning organizations, especially these regional coalitions that are popping up across Colorado. These are very helpful in having a promoting sustainable use. So finally, this last slide just shows our revenue growth starting in 2008. If you'll notice on the first 5 bars of this graph, those first 5 bars are before we had a business plan or a recreation leasing program in place. During the time frame, we were hovering about $1 million, but the growth had been it wasn't growing. There wasn't a lot of growth that happened during that time frame. I think what this graph points out is that beginning with fiscal year 13-14 onward, during the 10 years of the business plan, we've managed to grow this the revenue from this program significantly, as mentioned, to $3.35 million annually this last year. And staff does believe that with successful pursuit of the business of the program goals outlined in an update business plan, we can continue to see this revenue grow about 5% annually over the next 5 years, getting us up over close to $4.25 million per year in annual revenue. With that, I'd be open to any questions by the board.
Commissioner Shops, I had just in general, over the last couple of years, they are voted to rehabilitate properties, hunting lodges or this, which what I would think enhance the value of the leasing. Can you see that, spending more money to get higher rate, doing more infrastructure improvements? How does that fit into your plan?
I think there's, doing careful improvements, certainly not over developing a property to maintain its flexibility, but there are certain improvements that do help. For instance, some of the hunting lodges that we have spent some money on in the southwest corner of the state, those have enhanced the revenues on those properties. One in particular, probably by a factor of 6. So it's some of those amenities, some of those do help with attracting first a good operator through an RFP process, and then also they do help promote higher revenues from the use, because it can be like with the lodge in particular, it can be a more self-sustaining operation there on the property, as opposed to having folks go into town and or find a place to camp nearby. So there are, I think, with careful consideration, there are some properties that would benefit from some improvement, and there are also some markets that would within recreation that could require some additional improvement, some minor items to kind of tap into these other recreation markets.
When I first heard you, I thought it'd be interesting to look at how much of the growth in revenue has been reinvested. Program. Is it like reinvesting?
I thought of that. I just couldn't say it. Thank you.
I noticed in here, they sort of touched on this, in the idea of given you're one person, given generally how the state land board is set up, that trying to find aggregators or intermediaries who will do the, connect the users to our lands is probably a highly effective strategy. Could you speak a little bit about how you've been thinking about finding those aggregators or creating them out of like bird watching groups? Have they thought about taking down a package of leases, maybe bringing stuff to them?
Yeah. So I think that's part of the networking role of this particular job, is kind of being active in conversations within the recreation ecosystem and talking with different partners, different folks who might be able to, one who might have an interest in providing those types of services. And what I found a lot over the last 10 years is a lot of folks don't necessarily realize or recognize that it's even possible to lease or to have a permit from the land board for different types of uses. I think a good majority of the over the last 10 years, a good majority of uses outside of primarily hunting have been through communications or networking, attending conferences or going to the sportsman show, or just getting the word out there to folks about what we do, how we produce revenue for public schools, and then also some of the opportunities that are out there. This one, for example, is this slide's a good example. These farm to table dinners with Outstanding in the Field, we reached out directly to them and said, hey, in case you didn't know, this is what State Trust Lands do. We have a deep network of agricultural lessees on our property. Some of them who are doing some exceptional work with regenerative grazing, and we'd love to have some of those highlighted on our property. And we have some neat places where you could potentially have these dinners. So having those conversations, getting out there and spreading the word is a good part of the job. And I think it's been fairly successful.
Follow-up to that would be, how much of your time do you get to spend doing that versus the other stuff?
I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that question. For one of the items in the business plan, and one of the actions is to increase the program's capacity. Being myself just one person in this role, it would be very helpful for me to be able to get out and do some of this networking or just talking with other folks. It would be very helpful to have somebody helping out some of the more administrative or office type work related to this program. So one of the things that we did put into the business plan was the potential for hiring an additional resource to help out the program specifically. So I wish there's always opportunity to do more, but some of that capacity would help.
I said, as you network, do you network with other land boards, folks in your position, and what they do in their state?
I do, to a certain extent. What I've found is that a lot of land boards don't necessarily have recreation managers or program managers for recreation leasing. It's sometimes done through a variety of other programs, such as maybe a real estate. I'm talking like campgrounds. Other states might generate business through campgrounds through their real estate office, or through a development, not real estate office, but a real estate person working within their agency. But every year I do try to get to, or at least participate in conversations with the, used to be called Western States Land Commissioner Association. Now it's Association of State Trust Lands. Yes. So at that conference, it's always great to talk with other folks, see how they're doing things, and a lot of them are evolving to bring on or expand their recreation leasing programs.
Well, I thought you had asked a different question, so I want to ask it again. You asked about aggregators. I thought your point was plan identifies using things like HipCamp and online services to market our lands on our behalf. And I guess I'd ask, you mentioned additional resources, but could we not lever other organizations to be our resources?
Yes, we could. I mean, that's a good point as well. There are other services. I think you're familiar with HipCamp. Some of you are familiar with HipCamp, or I'm trying to think of, there's a platform here in Colorado called Infinite Outdoors that provides hunting and fishing type access on the properties at a fee. There are some of those platforms, and we have started dipping our toe into using some of those for access and selling permits, day use, primarily permits onto properties. And it's certainly a good way, another way to leverage opportunity.
And for clarification, I was thinking of that as commercial platforms, but also what are the affinity platforms that aren't commercial, that are just, again, the bird watchers had never thought that they could have
5 different sites to have to access or
Mhm.
what have you. That's kind of what it was.
And there has been some conversations within that realm as well. We've recently been having conversations with, for instance, the Colorado Mountain Club. What is based on their users, based on their members, is there opportunity for, something short of maybe a partnership for us to potentially have some additional opportunities available to the general public, but managed through a nonprofit group, very similar to our agreement that we just finished up with Aiken Audubon about birding access on Chico Basin Ranch. It's managed by them primarily through an agreement or through a lease. So, yeah.
One more just thought trend, which I'm sure you've seen too, but just over the last year, I've seen lots of references to the BLM and Forest Service moving away from dispersed camping, given all the post-COVID pressures, going to reservation-based systems, which means there's going to be a gap in accessible campgrounds of all kinds, and we might have to build that, like the hip camps, where it's not improved. It's just, we're making it available for a place to put your tent or your.
Yes, and that is a good point, because there is certainly a trend moving towards less dispersed camping, just to avoid some of those impacts that happen as a result of folks camping anywhere, to focusing to certain areas. So, yeah, there will certainly be some opportunities that will come up over time as a result of that. And I always try. One of the benefits of, for instance, staying involved with some of the regional recreation partnerships that are happening in the state is, learning about some of those changes where other land management agencies might be going, or even the public sentiment within a specific community or region, what their opinions might be about, dispersed camping versus focused camping, and staying in tune with those and participating on those is very valuable, because then it also presents opportunities where we might be able to fill a need as a result.
Thanks for all your good hard work on this.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you. You have any public interest comments? Folks who might want to come in.
If you'd like me to, I can open it up to comments, but we can put down. Folks, if you're listening online and wanted to contribute to this discussion item, use that raise hand feature. No raised hands.
Thank you, commissioners.
The modification.
So, we haven't ever asked for sort of formal approvals for business plans, just sort of sharing with you the direction we're going and asking for feedback.
It's a draft here.
The policy?
Yeah, and I
That's a different item.
but it's a
Well,
leasing item. That's
there's
interesting.
two, you get A twice today.
Okay.
The leasing policy
Oh,
is
leasing
you do
policy,
approve.
okay.
And I did that same thing.
Yeah.
So, pardon me. All right, let's move on then to ecosystem.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Mindy Gottsagen, the Conservation Services Manager, and the part of my job is managing the Ecosystem Services Program. I'm happy to present a short summary of one of the occupational hazards in the State Land Board is having to follow Abe in a PowerPoint presentation. So anyway, mine is going to be a bit shorter and less detailed. I did give, just as a reminder, and I updated the board about the ecosystem services program back in April of 2022. So anyway, it's my pleasure to present a summary of the ecosystem services business plan, like update. Okay. Oh. Sorry about this. In short, the two main points that I want to cover with the ecosystem services update is that we're entering a period, or we're standing at a point in time now where we're going to be seeing rising revenue and I hope sustainable revenue, like over time, and at a point where we're having more increasing emerging opportunities for revenue. Behind both of these are the development of newly emerging markets for ecosystem services. And also for rising revenue, that's partly to reflect that by December of this year, we should have 4 commercial mitigation or conservation banks approved on state trust lands, which would begin the sale of credits. So hoping to see much more higher revenue just in the coming 2 years or so. Okay. So generally, the way that with ecosystem service markets, we're considering water, biodiversity, and carbon. And remember that we had a presentation earlier today on geologic carbon, but we're really talking here with ecosystem services, the nature-based carbon. We also saw earlier today a grassland carbon lease. In addition to grassland carbon, there's also cropland carbon or soil carbon and forest-based reforestation and timber management. And so these are 3 ways of looking at, kind of 3 lenses that you can look at the ecosystem services markets. Again, much of what we do at the State Land Board captures other kinds of ecosystem markets in terms of the products of agricultural products or oil and gas leasing. But these are really kind of the nature-related functioning systems of the functioning or the regulating systems for ecosystem services. So it's for water, it's really looking at how water is regulated through wetlands and streams, and the ecosystem services that it provides to clean those waters and filters. In biodiversity, we're mostly looking at wildlife habitat, rare plant protection, even things like pollinator, like enhancement. And with carbon, looking at, again, carbon sequestration within nature-based systems. And then 2 general market types, we can look at compliance markets. These are really driven by government regulation, largely at the federal level. They can occur at really any level of government, but here in the United States, we're really looking at regulatory frameworks that are driven by the Clean Water Act and the Endangered Species Act. And what we're seeing in terms of the projects that are involved are commercial mitigation banks. And this is the one that we've been really focusing on for the last 10 years, looking at helping our lessees develop these banks, and then those credits are used to offset negative impacts elsewhere within the state. And then the second lens you can look at is through voluntary markets, and this is the one that we'll be really focusing on in the next 5 years. These are driven largely by corporate commitments. They operate outside of any requirements, and they're often driven by kind of multinational corporations that have significant funds and have made significant commitments to their stakeholders and to the public on how they want to offset their impacts, whether they be for carbon, water, or biodiversity. And these tend to happen through offset or inset projects. So offsetting is these are the 2 terms that are often used with voluntary markets. Offset a project is the grassland carbon project that we worked with this morning. That's an offset project. Those tend to be put on a specific registry, and those credits that are created can be purchased by anyone. A company is offsetting their impacts when they buy credits off of that public market. An inset project is something that's really kind of newer, a bit newer, and it's usually a direct transaction between a company and a producer. These credits are often not registered within kind of public markets. Some people feel that they're less rigorous, but with a lot of public attention that's been given to companies that have been accused of greenwashing, those standards are rising considerably too. These companies do not want to be accused of greenwashing. They've made significant commitments to the tune of $1 billion or more to offset carbon, to improve biodiversity. And so they want to make sure that those projects meet certain rigorous standards as well. So looking at these 2 elements, both the 3 kind of market sectors and the 2 market types, we can look at this chart, which really kind of captures this little matrix, captures within each of the both compliance and biodiversity, and voluntary market. We're looking at water, biodiversity, and carbon. And this chart is in your packet, I think on page 111. And I'm just going to walk through this because there's a lot of information on here, but this, I wanted to spend some time on here because it talks about where we've been and kind of where we're going. And I'm going to walk us through here. So we'll start with the compliance market because that's in the last 10 years of the Ecosystem Services Program. We've been really focusing on the compliance market. I'll start with water, and you have at the very top, I put wetland and stream mitigation banks. Those are offset projects or that are regulated through federal regulatory agencies. And I've colored these in blue because these are both existing. We've been participating in these. The second blue box, the water quantity, that's really involving water rights and how water rights can be moved around. And that obviously is managed by our water program business manager, Justin Bieri. The second component really looks at biodiversity. Again, we've participated and we've created a species mitigation bank through our lessee, Tabletop Conservation Bank, for the Prebbles Meadow jumping mouse. And then in another emerging market is the state of Colorado through the ECMC and CPW. They already require some offsets and mitigation of impacts to what has been identified by the two of them as high priority habitat. So I put that in yellow because that's a future area of opportunity. We have not participated in this to this point. We have the ability to do so, to create projects that would enhance wildlife habitat. We could manage that through CPW. I've had some preliminary discussions with CPW staff about doing that, but to date we have not. And would be pros and cons for doing that. But right now, it is an opportunity that really didn't exist more than just 3 or 4 years ago. And then finally, looking at carbon, currently there are no federal carbon or greenhouse gas regulations for the United States. There are some regional programs that regulate certain aspects of carbon and greenhouse gases, both on the East Coast and the West Coast, but none of those are applicable to Colorado. So we effectively don't have anything regulatory in the compliance market affecting Colorado. So I'll shade that out and I'll look at the voluntary market. This, with voluntary markets, because there's no government regulation, the projects that enhance these 3 elements and the purchase of any credits related to them can happen anywhere. They can happen locally, regionally, within the state, or even nationally or globally. It's all voluntary. So a company could support projects in Brazil, in Africa, in the Philippines, or right here in Colorado. So the first of these with water, again, it's gold or in the yellow color because it's looking at an area that we're looking to get into, would be corporations and organizations wanting to support water-related enhancement projects. And the examples of these could be wetland and stream restoration, erosion control, any number of things that are related to water protection. I will say that many of these are related also to wildlife habitat. So we could look at that through, and I'll talk about that next, just how we could look at that through biodiversity. Again, through the voluntary market, this mitigation or these projects could happen at any level. And some examples of habitat enhancement would include the black-footed ferret project that we looked at earlier just a few months ago, mule deer projects. In the past, we had a prairie dog relocation lease. That lease is now expired. So we could have any level. These also pollinator patches or projects would be under biodiversity. I've colored it blue because we've had a little bit of involvement with that, but this is one of the 2 main areas of focus that I'm hoping to look at in the coming 5 years. And then again, projects can happen at any level with carbon. And here are corporations and organizations wanting to support projects that reduce carbon, that reduce carbon emissions or sequester carbon. The Grassland Carbon Project this morning is an example, reforestation and forest management. And I would add cropland, any kind of the nature-based carbon projects.
Just before you move on.
Sure.
Forest management, maybe some of you did the story yesterday that, you know, in Canada, the fires, they, of course, you know, plant trees for carbon systems. And in fact, the wildfires have now caused the smoke from the forest. They're causing more damage than they normally would expect to get from the forest. So thinking.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to read up on that. So here's just this chart looking at a glance of where we've been working in the last 10 years and where I hope to kind of continue that, but then also expand into these other areas. And I will say it's the voluntary market that's really going to be, I think, the most challenging. These are evolving rapidly. It's something that we'd actually been aware of. You may remember the Biodiversity for Education program that I'd recommended a number of years ago, kind of to get a leg into this. But there's companies like Agoro that are looking to aggregate many different projects. I will say that the carbon market is more advanced than the biodiversity market. The metrics are a little bit simpler. That said, there are some really important biodiversity programs that are beginning to emerge kind of worldwide. Great Britain just implemented one as well. So we're keeping an eye on those. And I will say here too, with what we've been busy with this last year has been working with a consultant, Creekbank Associates, that did a full program evaluation of our ecosystem services program, looking at how we can improve and tweak our existing leases and revenue sharing, but spent much of the report with recommendations for moving forward. We may be continuing to work with other consultants in the coming year. We've taken a break now to kind of take a look back, really get a feel for the market and how the State Land Board could work with some of these, particularly in the emerging voluntary carbon market. But it's possible that we would work with others. One thing, especially with the voluntary markets, some of them, especially those that are involved with insetting, don't involve a formal registry. So understanding how we would best work with that has been challenging. And that's where we might reach out to some consultants or experts to help us with that. Are there any questions on this before I move on from this slide? Okay. So just in summary, there are 3 primary goals for the Ecosystem Services Business Plan. The first of these is to increase the number of compliance projects. I mentioned that we have, by December, we should have 4 approved mitigation banks in the state on state trust lands. We hope to begin to really see some significant revenue coming online with some of those. Behind those, we have about 7 planning leases that I expect will continue to move through that process. That said, that's not a lot, and those credits are not renewable. Once they're retired and you're purchased and retired, they can't be resold again. So we're looking at what are the best ways to either begin to identify additional properties that would be suitable for mitigation, or potentially look at acquiring properties that have high value for mitigation. The second goal is to develop the voluntary. Sure.
How they retired, but there's still an obligation or by somebody to monitor those over the decades, isn't it?
Yes, there is. And so as those credits are retired, once the credits are all sold from a mitigation bank, the bank is closed, and that begins a long-term monitoring plan. That the management responsibilities for that come along with an endowment fund to cover those costs. So each of those projects should have a dedicated source of, well, they will have a dedicated source of funding to cover like our costs.
So we would be involved in that in the long-term monitoring.
Yes, that's the plan, unless we sold the property and transferred that obligation and that endowment fund to someone else. So the second one I just talked about briefly, developing the voluntary biodiversity and carbon projects. And then the third one is to some general business efficiency and effectiveness. I just mentioned that we've probably going to tweak some of our leases based on the recommendations given to us by Creekbank Associates. We've also continued to learn. Some of those changes will come from our own learnings as well. And that is all. Questions and comments?
The last business efficiency or effectiveness. Who are our competitors in this space?
Well, our competitors are other mitigation bank actually private mitigation bank companies that have come into the state. Just in the last 4 or 5 years, there's been a dramatic increase with the number of mitigation bank companies that are getting involved in Colorado. We were one of the first to come in 10 years ago. We're benefiting from that early entry into that market because we've been able to get these projects moved from what we call a planning lease into a production phase and now being ready to sell credits. In that time, as those regulations became set for Colorado, there was stream quantification tools system, mitigation procedures adopted by the Army Corps of Engineers. Other companies have begun to move in or even acquire other banks. We've been approached for someone to acquire our banks. Those aren't really our banks. Obviously, they're our lessees' banks, but they occur on our lands. So there are other companies looking to acquire property and to get involved in the mitigation market.
Does the federal government, BLM,
No,
they let projects on their land?
Generally, that has not happened. The BLM just, I don't know if the rules have been approved, allowing mitigation projects on their lands. Their laws and federal laws are different than ours. We're able to actually move pretty nimbly and accommodate that. The BLM is just kind of still working with that. So I'm not aware of any, whether Forest Service or other federal agencies.
Had what's been the response or any resistance if you look at the potential market of the operators, how they evaluate the benefits of ownership of the land or leasing from us in a partnership that would, reduce the basis they have from an upfront project cost?
It reduces it tremendously, and there has been strong interest from mitigation bank sponsors. That's what they're called, to work with us because they don't have the cost of carrying the land of purchasing it, and they have a ready-made partner with us that understands the business. And we've been around for 150 years. We're going to be around for perpetuity or another 150, whatever. And so they have a ready-made long-term management and a partner that's respected in the state, that's known within the state. So we really are a landowner of choice for mitigation bankers. Others feel that they want just the total control over a project, and they choose to work with other landowners, or they'll buy the project themselves. They'll buy the land themselves.
Are we having, do you feel like you get to have an audience with or have intersections with all these new operators or sponsors?
I've met them. I've met them at both national conferences and at local meetings. Some are interested in working with us. Some just prefer to do it their own way. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, Mindy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mindy.
Right.
Tab 6, your books or page 129. I guess the thing I want to most call your attention to is the Chico Basin Ranch discussion. I think we told you last month that the staff was getting in responses to the RFPs would need to make a recommendation to you all, and that recommendation will come before you either in October if there is no request for review, or in November if there is a request for review. The staff has made a recommendation at this point and notified folks. And so I want to put on your radar that our job is to make a recommendation, yours is to approve it. So we'll be before you with our logic and our thinking and how we evaluated based on the RFP. You may get calls or questions about it. Feel free to refer them back to us and refer those folks to come to either one of the two meetings where the decision is made. But part of what we wrote into the staff report here also was just a recap of this was a 4-year process around this asset. We started with, should we still own something this big? Then once you said, okay, we're gonna own it, how do you lease it? That's one big asset. Do you lease it in 3 parts or 1 part? Throughout this whole process, we've been in front of our board. So there hasn't, it's been a very transparent and thoughtful and involved process. I would say that, we want to remind everybody of that. And then I would say also that we were blessed with some really good respondents. And this is a big, important, high-profile asset. Lots of really good people submitted really good responses here. So we've put this in here to remind you of what we've all been through in advance of what we will be bringing to you in October and November. So that was why that's going here.
Sorry, clarification. You said we would, I think you laid it out correctly. If there is no request for review and this is on the board leasing agenda, there will be no full presentation.
Right,
By
that's
staff.
correct.
It will.
Please keep going.
So no, I just want to clarify, maybe I thought I heard you say there would be a full presentation by staff regardless, and that would not be the process we follow together with our branches. If there's no request for review, it would simply be on the board leasing agenda, and the board would be asked to. So I certainly can ask questions, but we would have no presentation here.
That's correct. So what we've done with all of our large ranches, and we actually look back at our records on this, but we've done the exact same process of there's an RFP, there's a team of staff that evaluate the RFPs, that make a recommendation. If there's no objection to the recommendation, you all approve it just through our standard board leasing agenda. That's where you approve. It's that sort of stuff that don't have objections to. If there are requests for review, then the whole thing comes to you in a different way and a different form. So thanks for the clarification.
It seems like there's a lot of public interest in this decision. Would it be wise to schedule a presentation from staff as to why you make the recommendation, Jim?
We can do whatever you would like. What was important to us was consistency with the way we've handled all of our other ranches. So we designed the process to be consistent with Lowry, North Mountain, Sherman Creek. And so if you would like us to handle it differently, you can certainly direct us to do that. You all are the board.
Any thoughts?
I would follow what we've done in the past.
Oh, Commissioner Clark is on virtual.
Yes.
I think I would lean with Commissioner Chavez in terms of going through the process, recognizing that we have spent a lot of time and energy in the prescribed process of reaching out to the agriculture community and going through all the steps that result in applications and a scoring process, which we will be seeing. I guess I have a question. Now I'm confused with Assistant Director Okus. When you say there's a request for review by an outside party, right?
By a submitter who did not get selected.
Any specific.
Right, so then
any party who believes they were adversely affected by the staff decision can request the board to review that staff decision.
Right, and that then you all would respond to that with a presentation then at a meeting
in November
for the board to see. I think that's what takes care of is the add-on to the process if there's more discussion warranted. Commissioner Clark, are you on? Thoughts on this? Hearing
I
none.
am on.
Oh,
Yeah,
excuse
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here and I've just tried to listen to the back and forth. Because this has been so high profile, it does feel, it is a little hard for me to consider this just being on the leasing agenda, but I think to Commissioner Frobe's point there, it sounds like if there's a request for review, that's coming later. If there is a specific comment that comes in for the October meeting, then there would be a presentation then. Did I hear that correctly?
If there is a request for review by one of the parties who believes they are adversely affected by our decision, we will remove it from the board leasing agenda and give a full presentation with those parties present in November.
Got it. So yeah, I would concur with the way that was laid out by Commissioner Frobe, who's the one that I could hear previously about that comment. That I think that kind of threads the needle for me as well, and I'd be comfortable moving forward with the process as is.
Thank you. All right, do you have any other items in the staff report?
No, did you have questions on it?
Right, moving on, and let me say, we're at 1 o'clock, and I think it was our goal to try to move this along as quickly as possible. Was it 2 o'clock that we were gonna try to make this? So we've got a lot on our agenda, so we'll keep moving on. So the next item that we will consider is the outdoor recreation lease. So Ed, you're back.
Click here, click there. Share.
Welcome back.
Now you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dave Medina, Recreation Leasing Manager with the State Land Board. And I'm just presenting on the outdoor recreation leasing policy update. I'll keep this fairly brief. There's primarily 3 items in this policy that are recommended for changes. The first is to add the word outdoor to the name of the policy to make it the outdoor recreation leasing policy. A second is to eliminate the term step when describing our auction process. It's an auction. The word step can be confusing to some of our folks. And then finally, just based on inflation that's happened over the last 5 years, which is the last time this policy was updated, increasing the minimum standard lease rate for recreation leasing from $2.25 an acre to $2.60 an acre per year. That's it. Those are the three main changes to this policy.
I noticed the one, you added the lessee can work with an outfitter. Was that been an issue?
Oh, no, it just clarifies it. Yeah, it's a clarifying term just to make sure that folks understand. We do have a number of agricultural lessees who partner with an outfitter to provide those services. And we're just clarifying it so that it is not considered a sublease or necessarily a sublease.
We're talking about the grassland carbon writer that takes care of it.
Yes.
I think this is an item that is an action item.
Yes.
I would need to see if we have interest online. So,
Nick, are there any commenters online who wish to speak?
Buck says there's not. Anybody online, raise your hand. No comments.
no comment, right? There's no one to speak to the outdoor recreation leasing and full.
I move we
Commissioner
approve that.
Chavez, you were ready for this.
I was ready. I move we approve the modifications to the outdoor recreation leasing policy 300-005.
I second the motion by Commissioner Chavez, second by Commissioner Frobe. For a vote, Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Foil? Yeah. Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
And the acting chair votes aye, and this passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay,
Commissioners.
next is the groundwater leads with Raffle. Justin?
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Excellent. Let me pull up my PowerPoint presentation here and we'll get rolling. All right, hopefully we're all seeing everything okay. All right, so good afternoon. For the record, Justin Bieri with the State Land Board Water Program Manager. I'm here to tell you about a proposed groundwater lease in Arapahoe County, which is a final action item. The cover sheet included in your board packet included a description of this project and all the details, and that was on tab 9. Today, I'll provide a background. We'll go into the details a little bit of the proposed lease, and I'll explain the staff's formulation and recommendation. And most importantly, I'm here to address your questions and comments, as well as the comments from the public. So I'm excited about this opportunity to monetize some of the land board's water rights that we haven't put to use. Really, we put a little bit to use, but not much. So 30,000 foot view of the lease is it's from the Arapahoe Aquifer in the Denver Basin. It's a 30-year lease. It has a base rate of $500 per acre foot. And my read of it is that there's really very little risk to the land board in signing on with this lease. At the conclusion of our discussion and after public comment, I hope you'll vote in favor of to enter into this new groundwater lease that has the potential to earn the board $100,000 annually for the next 30 years. I want to qualify that it totally depends on how much water is actually pumped out of the well. We'll get into the details. So let's just do that. Let's get into the details. Okay. This proposed groundwater lease is located in Arapahoe County near the Lowry Ranch. In 1994, the State Land Board was granted a water court decree for Denver Basin groundwater rights in water court case number 94 CW33. The 94 CW33 court case decreed a total of over 407,000 acre feet, giving an annual withdrawal of approximately 4,000 acre feet across 3 Denver Basin aquifers. As a refresher, the Denver Basin aquifers are geologically situated similarly to a layer cake. There's different aquifers on top of each other. So in this table that you're seeing on the screen, it lists out those different aquifers that are part of the water court decree. And also as a reminder, when I talk about acre feet, that's obviously a volume of water that is the equivalent of covering a football field 1 foot deep in water. So just to so we're all on the same page here. Use of this water in the water right, in the 94 CW33 water right, is decreed as all beneficial uses. So this is Denver Basin groundwater decreed to the land board that can be used for any and all beneficial uses. In 1999, the State Land Board sold approximately 490 acres of land located within the footprint of this water right. Along with the land board sold 25 acre feet of this water right in the upper Arapahoe groundwater aquifer to Orica USA Inc. So if you're looking at the table, you can see the upper Arapahoe average annual acre feet. We have 924. The land board sold 25 annual acre feet to Orica Inc. So that was in a deed or a patent. So Orica drilled a well on their own property, and they are accessing the deeded 25 acre feet. That well and that 25 acre feet serves a large office building and that houses their operations and staff. So that 25 acre feet is the only water out of this decree that's been accessed at all from what we found. So we have a lot of water available in these 4 different aquifers. Before I get any further, I'm sure ears perked up when I said Lowry. So let's clarify the location of the water rights of this proposed lease as it relates to the existing water lease on Lowry with Rangeview. In the map that you should be seeing on the screen, the entire extent of the Lowry Ranch is depicted in purple. I'm seeing purple, hopefully you're seeing purple. Okay, so the 94 CW 33 water right, Denver Basin water right, is generally associated, again, with the surface estate located immediately above the groundwater. The footprint of the land associated with the groundwater rights decreed in 94 CW 33 is depicted within the green outline on the screen. Okay, now I've added the Rangeview lease outline. So the existing groundwater lease on Lowry is depicted within the orange outline. So I want to be clear that the 94 CW 33 water rights that we're seeking to lease out today is separate and unencumbered by the existing groundwater lease on Lowry. The Orica property and the well that Orica owns, the Orica property is depicted in black or gray, and the red star is the general location of the well. The property has been listed for sale and is currently under contract. The buyer, Aurora Tech Park LLC, approached staff about the possibility of leasing additional groundwater from the land board's 94 CW 33 water rights. So again, the Orica property's general boundaries are within this green rectangle. And this property was 490 acres that the land board sold. So at one point it was the land board's, and that's why we have the groundwater still. So here we see Orica USA's Inc.'s facilities. It's quite the facility. I was out there a couple days ago with the prospective lessee. And here's another view of the office facilities. I know they're seeking to find their own lessee. So if you know anybody who wants to lease this office, they're looking. And lastly, for the photos, here we see the well itself. It's on the left-hand side of the photo, along with some of the associated water infrastructure. So now that we've had a brief visual tour, let's discuss the negotiated terms of the lease. So as discussed in the cover sheet in tab 9 of the board packet, we believe that the best market rate comparison for this lease is the neighboring Rangeview water lease on Lowry. At the risk of oversimplification of the Lowry water lease, Rangeview is currently paying the land board approximately $500 an acre foot. So the following are the negotiated terms of the draft lease. The length is 30 years. That's broken into 3 10-year periods where the lease price and volumes of water will increase. The annual maximum volume would be limited to 150 acre feet per year. And this comes with some extra details that we'll go over now. In years 1 through 10, the water allotment, the volume water allotment would be 10 acre feet for $5,000. They would pay $5,000 whether they pump to 0 or 10 acre feet. It's just a water opportunity charge, basically. If they pump more than 10 acre feet, then they would be paying $500 an acre foot. So hopefully that makes sense is that basically is what the next 2 decades follow. In years 11 through 20, they have the opportunity to pump 15 acre feet for $7,500. Again, they pay $7,500 whether they pump the 15 acre feet or not. And if they pump more than the 15 acre feet, they would pay $750 an acre foot. And then finally, in years 21 through 30, same deal, except for they have the opportunity to pump 20 acre feet, and they owe the land board $10,000 a year. So pump 0 to 20 acre feet. And if they exceed 20 acre feet annually, it's $1,000 an acre foot. So I want you to keep in mind though, that they're first entitled to pump their 25 acre feet that was already deeded over to them. So in a sense, if we look at years 1 through 10, they get their 25 acre feet and then they get another 10 acre feet, but they're paying for that 10 acre feet rather than the 25. Hopefully that makes sense. So the 25 acre feet is pumped before any of the volumetric limits take effect. Okay, a couple other important points of this draft lease is the use of the leased groundwater would be limited to the geographic extent of the subject property. The well to be used to pump the water will remain under the ownership, control, and responsibility of the property owner. So that was that picture that we saw. So that's their well, it's their responsibility. And the lessee agrees to install, operate, and maintain a flow meter under the Colorado Division of Water Resources rules, policies, and well measurement program standards. This is important because this lease is based off of volumes. We need to be able to properly measure those volumes so that they can be tracked and billed accordingly. And finally, the prospective lessee shall not assign or sublease any portion of this lease and this water without written consent of you all. So based on all of this, it calculates that the minimum payments, so if they pumped 0 water and they still owe us every year for that water, if they pumped just their limit, so 0 to 10, 0 to 15, 0 to 20 in those 3 decades, the payments would come out to be $225,000 over 30 years for either 0 to 450 acre feet. The potential maximum payments under this lease would be $3,237,000 over 30 years for 4,500 acre feet. So in summary, staff recommends that we enter into this lease with the Aurora Tech Park LLC as presented to you today and as provided in your board packet. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Madam Chair for any questions and comments, and also provide a board order for your reference.
Thank you, Justin. Other questions from the board?
I do have one question, Justin, and I can't recall from reading when the state land board entered into the whatever iteration of the lease with Rangeview that established the pricing. But given the world we're living in now, how incredibly precious water is, I guess I'm just wondering, shouldn't they pay more?
Justin, can I take that one?
You bet.
Justin's only been here a year. The value of all this history. So Greg Oak, Assistant Director, I'm assuming when you say it shouldn't they pay more, who are you referring to?
Our lessee, the proposed lessee of the lease.
I will actually, Justin, I'll take a crack at it. I think you gave this spot, so I'll let you back in. I thought the question might have been referring to Rangeview. No. It's really difficult to find baseline comps for this kind of a lease. I think because Rangeview's lease is based on their lease rates are based on the average charged by, I believe it's 3 water districts, and that's Parker, ECCB, and a third one.
Castle Rock.
Castle Rock, thank you. We think this represents current market. Is the baseline, it benchmarks against 3
As of when?
every, Justin, can you say how often do they benchmark?
Yeah, Rangeview, it seems like they have to review. Boy, I don't remember how often, but the calculations that I was basing it off of was just this last year's values.
Okay, that's an important fact of consideration, yes, so as of within a year or so, $500 was deemed to be the
market price
market
in this
price,
part of the metro area.
and there are 3 utilities staying. Okay, thank you.
And for clarity too, and certainly way different basin, but what we're doing in the Arkansas Valley, or at least Battle, is around 500 acres. It is 500 acres, but one is maybe 5.25. So, and there's escalators, but they're very small, but I think the way Justin and.
Justin, I have a question sort of following that. Is 30 years the right number? It feels like the sort of precious commodity that we have here. Do we want to tie that up for 30 years? At a standard lease, I know we have the 10-year increments, but can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure. That was something that the lessee had requested, and we did go back and forth about a length, and that was the period that they were most comfortable with. I'm not uncomfortable with it. It's kind of a double negative there, but looking at the volume of water that is available in our decree and the volume of water that they're leasing, we still have water to go. So it doesn't give me any heartburn, if that helps at all.
And also, if I can throw in there, it's their infrastructure, it's their well, and they're paying the electrical, they put it in. I would imagine they installed it against them. Yeah, but it's their infrastructure.
I think Justin was persuasive to me when he presented this to me, that we are using such, I think he at one point said a drop in the bucket. I'm going to say that in public session. Because I used to, of what's been allocated to get it under for 3 years doesn't diminish our ability to optimize a huge remaining pool of water.
So, right, Commissioner Clark, do you have any questions?
I do not, thanks.
Right, is there any public comment on this item?
Folks listening along at home, please use the raise hand feature so that we can allow you to address the board on this item. No raised hands.
Hearing none, open for motion. Is there a motion on this item?
I move the board approve the board order regarding the proposed groundwater lease to Aurora Tech Park LLC as outlined in our board order packet.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Frobe and a second by Commissioner Chavez to approve the groundwater lease for Arapahoe County. I'll vote now on the vote. Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Frobe? Yes. Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
And acting chair votes aye. This passes unanimously. All right, the next item on our agenda is the termination of lease 111769 Wells County. And Rachel, I think you're presenting, so can you introduce yourself for the record?
I am. Before I begin, can everyone see my screen and my laser pointer?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. So, hello, commissioners. For the record, my name is Rachel Turner, the North Central District Manager. I'm here to request the immediate termination of Ag Lease 111769 in Weld County. This is a final action item on your agenda. The cover sheet in your board packet included a description of this request and all of the details. There are also multiple exhibits that were included to help provide more information. Today, I will provide a brief background. I'll give a summary of the lease violations. I'll provide the staff recommendation, and at the end, there will be time for any questions you might have. The lessee was invited to make comments if he chose to do so, but I don't believe he's on the line. Staff is recommending the immediate termination of the agriculture grazing lease at 111769 issued to Mr. Jacob Simmons due to monetary defaults and multiple non-monetary defaults of the lease. The lease we are discussing today is located on the western edge of Weld County between Alt and Fort Collins. The lease itself is 118.7 acres in size, and the lessee grazes horses on the parcel. Here's a map of the lease. The yellow outline that you see here is the lease boundary. It's also the fence line, which was mostly constructed by the lessee in 2018. This line here is a county road. The structures you see at the bottom here are not associated with the grazing lease, but they're with our oil and gas tenant. There is a well and stock tank on the parcel. For later in the discussion, I wanted to point out this location here with the blue dotted line. This is an old oil and gas pad, which has been scheduled for reclamation by our oil and gas lessee. I also want to point out this location here, which is where multiple storage containers, vehicles, and livestock shelters are located. This lease revenues totals $850 annually. It is rated to 34 animal unit months. For context, this is approximately enough to graze 2 horses for an entire year. A horse is equivalent to roughly 1.25 animal unit months, and that depends on the size and nutrient requirements. Currently, the lease is set to expire on June 15, 2028. The lessee has received multiple monetary defaults on this lease since it began in 2018. There are also 4 confirmed non-monetary defaults of the lease and a possible additional default. So I will now jump into breaking down each of these defaults, and I'll provide more information. In late April, my office was contacted by Weld County Animal Control. Since that contact, I have completed several inspections, and I regularly drive by the parcel to monitor the situation. I did drive by the lease yesterday to confirm that all the information I'm presenting today is current, which it is. Yesterday, I saw several horses on the property. Mr. Simmons's lease and all of our State Land Board agriculture leases state that the lessee must practice proper stewardship and protect the property from harm. This includes overgrazing and noxious weeds. Overgrazing exceeds the allotted animal unit months, and it can lead to rangeland degradation that it may take years to recover. If noxious weeds are present on the property, it is the responsibility of our lessee to treat that invasion. We do offer cost share when appropriate, but it is a requirement of their lease that our lessees treat noxious and invasive species. The 2 applicable paragraphs within the lease are presented here. Mr. Simmons was determined to be in violation of both of these lease provisions. In this photo, you can see the results of severe overgrazing. The small piles that you see throughout the photo is horse manure. Native grasses were grazed to the point that they have no nutrient reserves and were unable to recover. Mr. Simmons has overgrazed, and he's greatly exceeded his allotted animal unit months. You can also see some soil erosion concerns that are beginning. Since there is no vegetative cover, any precipitation just washes off and it does not infiltrate into the soil. In this photo here, you can see more evidence of overgrazing. The green in the background of the photo is not on state trust land. That's actually adjacent private lands. Noxious weeds are beginning to establish in this photo here. I work closely with Weld County Weed District, and on several occasions, they've contacted me regarding Canada thistle concerns on the property. They have made multiple phone calls and notices that have been sent to Mr. Simmons by the county, but no treatment has been completed, and he's been unresponsive to their communication. The current state of the parcel is very concerning to me. With the summer moisture, an annual tumble mustard and kochia have taken over the parcel, and they're dense in many of the previously bare areas. Both of these species are undesirable plants and are not adequate forage. The amount of cheatgrass that's on the parcel has also increased greatly. Cheatgrass is a noxious annual grass species that quickly creates monocultures. It's only appropriate for grazing a few times throughout the year for very short periods. These weeds also create an increase of fuels, which can lead to fire concerns. During the inspections, I observed the lessee storing materials, equipment, trash, vehicles, storage containers, and other equipment on the property. While farming equipment may be stored on state trust lands, it's only for crop leases and for items used during day-to-day management. It's not to be used as a permanent storage site. They're not allowed to store vehicles, containers, trash, or other hazardous materials on the leases. I also observed several improvements that the lessee constructed, which were not authorized by the district office. If a lessee is interested in building a shelter on their lease for livestock, they must apply by simple form. It's a real quick form for them to do so. This form allows the district to review the planned improvement, ensure that it's suitable for the lease, and it also puts record in the lease file of the owner of the improvement. Mr. Simmons at no point in time reached out to the district office for permission to construct improvements on his state lease. The two applicable provisions, of the lease that Mr. Simmons has violated can be seen on this slide. So in this photo here, you can see a tractor and a few farming implements on the lease. Mr. Simmons' lease is a grazing lease. Again, it's not a crop lease, which does not allow for farming equipment on a day-to-day basis. You can also see some trailers. These are associated with Mr. Simmons' personal landscaping business, and they're not related to lease management. In the background, you can see a large pile of trash. And throughout the photo, you can see some trash and beer cans scattered throughout. These items are being stored on the oil and gas pad, which is scheduled for reclamation. I've been in contact with our oil and gas lessee's reclamation contractor. They were scheduled to reclaim this site early in the year, but they've had to push that back due to the issues that we're presenting on today. They are hopeful to have site reclamation started by the end of this year. Not seen in this photo is an additional pile of trash and a large pile of moldy hay. Mr. Simmons has been directed to remove his belongings from the site on several occasions, but they remain as of yesterday. This photo shows a different part of the overgrazed pasture. It also illustrates the livestock shelters that Mr. Simmons placed on the property without permission from the land board. These are what we consider the unauthorized improvements. There's a large propane tank that's being stored here, and from my knowledge is refilled pretty frequently. I'll zoom into this area here. These are the two storage connexes. There are multiple passenger vehicles. There's one behind this storage container that you can't see. There's also some additional landscaping materials, welders, and other things being stored on the property. So in addition to these non-monetary defaults that I just described, Mr. Simmons is also in monetary default of his lease. Provided here is paragraph 9. This paragraph describes how the lessee shall pay their rent on or before the annual anniversary date of the lease. Mr. Simmons' 2022 lease rent was unpaid for 341 days. Currently, he owes $191.28 in penalties and fees. On June 21st, 2023, a second demand for payment was sent, which required payment within 30 days of the notice. Payment is still outstanding, and these charges are now 55 days overdue. More details about the monetary defaults and the notifications are provided in Exhibit 5 of your board packet. In addition to the known lease violations that I presented, Mr. Simmons is in an ongoing animal cruelty case with Weld County Animal Control. I want to begin by stating that Mr. Simmons is presumed innocent of these charges until he's proven guilty. Several of the horses that Mr. Simmons owns were impounded by the county for concerns of neglect. Mr. Simmons forfeited his rights to the 4 animals, which were seized by the county. I'm happy to report that the last I heard, these animals are doing well and receiving the care they deserve. The case report, which was completed by Weld County Animal Control, was included in your board packet. There is an ongoing court case that the Attorney General's office is monitoring. Mr. Simmons was scheduled for a pretrial hearing on August 28th. There's an additional pretrial conference scheduled for October 31st. Your board packet includes the official notifications that Mr. Simmons has received from the State Land Board regarding the defaults that I presented on today. Other than the handwritten note in May, the lessee has been unresponsive. He did respond to the email I sent, which included the initial default letter. In his email, he stated that he received the email and he can pay the lease money. He apologized. He's been sick and he can pay the amount if it's okay. I responded to that email, reiterating the need to cure the non-monetary defaults by the deadline in the letter, or to inform us of how he plans to cure the violations. Again, no other communication has been provided by the lessee. All of the notices sent by the Finance Department and the district office have been sent via United States Postal Service to the address that Mr. Simmons provided in the lease file. When multiple certified letters were returned due to an undeliverable address, the lessee was notified of the requirement to update their mailing address. I have sent several letters reminding Mr. Simmons of this requirement, and the Denver office has also sent the lessee an email reminding him of his requirement to update this address, and they even provided a link for him to do so. Mr. Simmons has not provided a change of address. Any notice sent by the land board is deemed delivered when it is sent to the address on file and it's received by the U.S. Postal Service. I point this out because it is a requirement of Mr. Simmons' lease to provide written notification of change of address. Failure to do so does not absolve him of the requirement to address his lease concerns. 3 notices of default have been sent from my office. Each of those notices were sent to any address that we had available to us, including the one in the file. They were sent via certified mail, and they were also sent to Mr. Simmons' verified email address. In the notices sent by the district office, Mr. Simmons was given the option to surrender possession or to cancel his lease at any time if he was unwilling or unable to cure the defaults. Mr. Simmons has chosen not to respond. If the board approves termination of the lease today, all the materials and improvements on the lease become possession of the State Land Board. In conclusion, Mr. Simmons received written notification of the various lease defaults and was given appropriate time to cure. Mr. Simmons did not respond to the agency's written communication, and he failed to either cure the lease defaults or to begin to cure the defaults and pursue those cures with diligence within 30 days of the written notices. I did invite Mr. Simmons today to the meeting to provide comment if he chose to do so. I did not receive any information from him letting me know if he'd be in attendance or not, but I wanted to provide a moment for him to speak. Assistant Director Massey, do you mind letting me know if you see any hands raised?
Mr. Simmons, if you're out there listening along, you're welcome to use the raise hand feature. Rachel, we do not have Mr. Simmons on the line.
Thank you. So based on the information that was provided in your board packet and the information that I presented here today, staff is recommending that the board immediately terminate the lease at 111769 and to take all the steps necessary to reclaim possession of the premises from the lessee. I'm happy to answer any questions or address any comments that I can.
Rachel, I have a question. You mentioned that Mr. Simmons said he had been ill. Has that been determined? Is he in some chronic illness position or?
He's not shared that information with me directly. In the Weld County Animal Control report, he did tell the officer there that he was having heart complications due to COVID. That was back in late April, May. Again, he's not contacted me directly, and I know that he's been out on the lease and has been active. But past that written note he provided, I don't have any other information.
Rachel, this is Commissioner Chavez. Excuse me. I was curious, and I didn't understand the containers, the shades. Once this is, or if it's terminated, how much time does he have to get all that stuff off the tractor trailers?
Yeah, so I believe Aaron with the AG's office is on. He's been terrific in helping me with this case. And Aaron, please correct me if I'm wrong, but per the lease wording, I believe that he has 30 days to remove all of his belongings. If the board chose to do so, because he's already been notified and given that time to cure, we could possess all of the items. But in my opinion, I think it's best to allow him that time to get his materials off.
Well, I think that's largely correct. We'll need to go through the process, either a court process or obtain a voluntary surrender from Mr. Simmons in order to have the legal right to retake possession of the property. However, I'll have to check the terms of the lease, but we really shouldn't be taking anything off the property until we go through that process.
Yep.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Hearing none, and are there any public comments?
Anybody else from the public? If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please use the raise hand. Madam Chair, I've got no raised hands.
Right, so we're prepared to make a decision on termination of Ag Lease 111769.
And this is Commissioner Chops. I move we approve the termination of Ag Lease AG 111769 as seven board badge.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Chavez, seconded by Commissioner Frobe. Let me just ask, in the process, did we then have a chance to claim for the money that he's in arrears, and what happens after this decision?
Aaron O'Connell.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Commissioner Heath? I apologize.
I'm wondering, after this process, can we claim the monetary default? Can we claim the money that we're owed, and what would be the process to reclaim that? And then if the equipment that's on the site isn't removed, I mean, what happens with this now?
So that could all be part of the forcible entry and detainer process, Commissioner Heath. Ultimately, what would happen is we would seek possession of the property. And if possession is not surrendered, then we can lump together a claim for damages in that monetary default as part of that action. In addition, we can seek costs which we're entitled to under the lease, which would include the cost of removing the property left on the site. A lot of it would be determined as part of that forcible entry and detainer proceeding. It's a fairly quick procedure, but we can push together a lot of these issues into that proceeding if that moves forward.
And like the restoration of the property, though, I mean, like, obviously we can't just lease this again in the condition in which it is. What's the process for how we reclaim this, and who bears the cost of that?
On that, I'll defer to Rachel. We could seek damages for the amount of, we'd have to calculate how the board has been harmed and distill that to a number. It's possible that we could seek damages as part of the FED. I can't really give you a good sense of how likely we are to recover those damages. But in terms of process for recovering the property, I'd have to defer to Rachel.
Yeah, in my recommendation, we would do some type of seeding of native grasses after we allow something to regenerate and kind of see what's coming back. Well, I would defer grazing for a few years. We do have the option to advertise this lease for grazing with a very reduced rate for the first couple years. Find a lessee that would be really willing to work with us to reclaim the property and work hard for their own benefit as well as ours within several years to see an improvement on the property. So that'd probably be my recommendation. Let it sit for a couple of years, treat the noxious weeds, which will be costly, And like Aaron said, we can seek damages for those costs. I doubt we get them, but the county would certainly be willing to work with me on some cost share as well to treat those noxious weeds.
Thank you. Right, there's a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, then I'll ask for a motion, and a vote, pardon me, we have a motion on the table. And again, the motion is for termination of AG 111769. Commissioner Chavez? Yes. Commissioner Pro? Yes. Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
And the acting chair votes yes, it's unanimous decision. All right, we have just a couple of more items. We have the board leasing agenda and then review of the minutes from the past meeting. So let's move forward with the board leasing agenda.
Commissioner Heath, I'm taking that item on behalf of the staff today.
Okay.
So in your, for the record, Nick Massey, Assistant Director, presenting the board leasing agenda for September 2023. In your packet, you've got details on 7 items on your leasing agenda. Results from 5 competitive bids, 1 new commercial lease, and that's in a property that we toured earlier this summer together. And 1 new recreation lease. Nothing from staff to particularly call to your attention. Details are pretty good there in the report, so would welcome any questions if they exist, but also a motion.
Thank you. Yeah, are there any questions regarding this board leasing agenda?
Just a positive comment that it's delightful to see at least for 20,000 feet.
Yeah.
In some of
Okay.
those buildings.
Indeed. Any questions from the public?
So members of the public, if you'd like to contribute commentary on this item, please use that raise hand feature.
There are none. Chair retains a motion.
I move that the board approve the board leasing agenda for September as outlined in the board order.
Right. The motion is by Commissioner Frobus, seconded by Commissioner Chavez. The vote will now be held. Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Frobus?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
And the acting chair votes aye, unanimous vote. And we'll have just a quick review of the minutes. Are there any questions about the minutes? Any additions? And approve them by acclamation. And I believe that takes care of all the business for the board for 30 days. You're adjourned. Thank you.
Nice job. Within 2